Give me a minute. I'm almost there. Okay, I'm here. I am finally done with things I'm late for, or late because of. First of all, toilet. Everyone has to be on the toilet. Okay? Can't always choose when it happens. I don't know how I don't know how to be happy today, really. I know how to be happy. I can be cordial. I can be excited, and I can be, but it's such a sad day. It's such the moral clarity that the West have when it comes to Russia, completely gone when it comes to Palestine and Israel. Completely gone. Just throw it out the window. We do not care. Israel can do whatever they want. It is so bad. It is so fucking bad. I talked about Carl Bildt in the previous stream, in the last two streams even, and I'm gonna bring him up again because despite being a former conservative PM of Sweden back in the 90s, and he's worked as a foreign minister, and he's worked for the, I believe, UN, and he's worked for the EU, and he is a heavy name. Grew up in my in my neighboring town to my hometown. Familiar connection here. Despite being a ghoul on domestic policies, when it comes to international conflict, the dude is correct. The dude knows his shit. The dude has moral clarity to such an extent that he all but condemns Sweden's abstention to vote for the resolution. On the vote for the UN General Assembly resolution on the protection of civilians and legal and humanitarian obligations in the Gaza war, the EU states were all over the place. France, Spain, Italy, right? Come on, give it. Is it Italy or Ireland? I can never. Can I get, please? Is this Italy or Ireland? Why isn't it like it should be giving me a notation here? No. And I'm in the wrong browser. I see. I'm sorry, we're not there yet. Carl. Can we give it here? Yeah, Ireland. Okay. Germany, Luxembourg, Malta, Portugal, and Slovenia in favor. Austria, Croatia, the Czech Republic, and Hungary, of course, against, and all others simply abstaining. Not the most glorious EU performance, mildly speaking. I fear a loss of credibility also on other issues as a result. The resolution was approved. Thank God that the resolution was approved. But this is a moral defeat for us. Seriously. And the fact that Sweden, fucking Sweden, who used to have an amazing international reputation as a diplomatic powerhouse. The UN wouldn't exist without Sweden. When I say we, I mean a powerful figure from Sweden. Coming out as a movie, actually. What's its name? Oh, let's just go to... Let's just see. I can never remember the name of the guy. And it is a shame, actually, because he is an amazing person. What? That's interesting. I'll get to something. What the fuck is his name? What the... And if I go... Nope. Hammarskjöld. Dag Hammarskjöld. That's his name. Coming out as a movie, actually. Of course, it's Swedish produced. But considering Mikael Persbrandt, who was in the Hobbit movies, he's the guy with the bear guy, if you remember. And Peter Jackson, this guy. Peter Jackson, he was initially just supposed to be a minor role, but Peter Jackson extended his role because he was so impressed with his acting and skill. So he is a douche. So just keep that in mind. But he's in Foundation, which is an acclaimed Apple TV, so nobody watches it, series. He has been in stuff, just to be clear. Yeah, of course, the girl in Spy the Web as well, naturally. But yeah, Dag Hammarskjöld. Dag Hammarskjöld. This dude, really, 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 really good. And let's do it in English, actually. United Nation. Oh, he served as second Secretary General of the United Nations. That's cool. United Nations, and I believe he actually founded, or he was part of the measure to honorary degree, award his first ever honorary degree to Hammarskjöld. His first ever. That's interesting. When it presented him with the Legum Doctor Honoris Causa, the university has continued this tradition by conferring an honor doctorate upon every subsequent secretary general. So okay. Mm-hmm. So everyone who's just the General Secretary of the United Nations is getting this honorary doctorate. Okay. He also had honors at Oxford University, blah, 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 blah. Name structure. But I believe he... I thought he actually was helping with founding the United Nations. Maybe he was just instrumental behind the scene and didn't actually do it. I haven't read up on him, but I want to see the movie about him. I think it's going to have an international release at some point because he is that important, and Persbrandt is actually kind of Hollywood is kind of interested in him. So I think it's going to have some international release at some point. And I also saw this. Apparently, Sound of Freedom is is currently in theaters in Stockholm. And it doesn't seem to be going that well. We have 271 out of 271 seats on that, and we have like 40 seats almost. Not even 20 seats, like 15 seats being... and this is the biggest city in all of Sweden. We have... 4 people are going to watch it today. And like, this is nothing. Oh, it's going to get pulled, I hope. I cannot, unfortunately, not go... Oh, and it hasn't come out yet. It's going to come out... Oh, right. This. Happy Halloween, I guess. Enjoy. I'm gonna have to stop doing that. Like, I know as soon as I do it, I do this when I think. And seeing like this is horrifying. Oh, and yeah, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. That isn't even in Gothenburg. No, yeah, of course. It seems to have more. Well, but of course, it's just 2 salons in one movie theater. So it's gonna have more. That's probably smarter. And then it just goes on to one. What happens here in Stockholm then? And we go to Wednesday. Oh, it continues, and Friday. One. It's a 2-day pretty much release, and then down to 1 theater, 1 saloon, 1 showing, and yeah, it's not gonna it's not gonna bring in a box office here. I don't even know if they're doing the thing that they did in America with other people paying for it. You know. I have no idea. Maybe. Something else. There was something else I wanted to look at. Before doing anything else. Did I just memory hole it? Maybe. I might have. Oh, right. I remember. Did I? Or didn't I? Do I have to look it up? I'm going to have to look it up. Brianna Joy Gray. Brianna Joy. What? How am I blocked? People. Why can't I find Brianna Joy Gray? Ah, and there's an H, not an N. That explains it. No, I remember what it was actually I was going to do before I did anything else. But we can bring this up either way. I finished watching the Netflix series, The Fall of the House of Usher. And I'm kind of sad. The Fall of the House of Usher. I'm kind of really, really sad, actually, about this. Because it's such a good show. Like, if you haven't watched it, It's the perfect Halloween show. It's the perfect fall show. And the producer, the creator, the writer, the director, the way he films it just conveys such emotion. There's a specific scene. I wonder if they have it online, actually, that really, really shows this. Fall of the House of Ushers Pliers. No, I can't really bring up Netflix. They're gonna if they won't strike me for a clip on YouTube, they're gonna strike me for show. I can show a still from it though, perhaps. Maybe I can show a still from it though. So I'm gonna have to go there. Netflix.com. What? No, okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna talk about it. The way the creator films his shows, he loves, by the way, first of all, to cut between present and the past. And he loves to show character growth. Like, he gives you the reason for their behavior after he's shown their behavior. He gives you the reason for current events, and then he cuts back and shows you why current events are happening. And he does it in such a way that you might be confused the first time. Like, you're thinking, like in the house on the Haunting Hill. At first, I was like, oh, they actually moved into the same house that these people lived in previously, that had the traumatic experiences. But I realized quite soon that, oh, no. These are the same people. These are actually the same people. And can I just get the creator? Haunting on Hill House. That's the series I'm thinking of. Can I just get the writer? Mike Flanagan. Mike fucking Flanagan is a name you should get familiar with if you're interested in TV or movies or whatever. Like, dude is fucking brilliant, in my opinion. And look. This dude bagged her. He bagged that smile. When I saw that smile in Midnight Mass, I melted. Like, I was smitten immediately. And this dude got her. Like, how many men are in her vicinities been like, oh, the fucking man, Mike fucking Flanagan. They are cursing him. But yeah, he started all the way down here with nothing shows. Abstentia is, in my opinion, the first time that I really heard about him. And he loves to work with the same people. Like, he does these miniseries. Oh, and Dr. Sleep. He created Dr. Sleep. Like, look at the rise from 5.0, just rising, 8.6 down to 7, up to 8.1. But I think that's actually underselling the show. I'd give it a 9.5. It's not perfect. It's not season 1 of Game of Thrones, or season 2 or season 3, of Game of Thrones. But it's really, really good. And the reason I'm sad about this is not because he married a beautiful woman who is a great actor, but because he has ruined any possibility of any future Edgar Allan Poe inspired movie or series or whatever. Because if you're gonna do that now, you're gonna have to make it better. Because if you've watched the show and you're not familiar, I did it again. I rolled my eyes to think. If you're not familiar with the collected works of Edgar Allan Poe, you might not have realized it, because you do realize it, like The Raven and all of that, but it's so much more. It is the entire series is just Edgar Allan Poe inspired, deaths inspired, episodes inspired, people, everything. There's a novel, and I haven't, because I've not been able to focus that much, because I love Edgar Allan Poe's poetry. I find them brilliant. I find them sad. I find them very, very interesting, and I can't help it when I'm reading it to read it out loud. Reading it in your head, Edgar Allan Poe, is one thing. When you speak it, it's like the cadence just flows, in my opinion. Like it's so natural when you read it. And of course, it's written in old language, so it's sometimes it's hard to really grasp what he's saying. You might have to do some research, but you can get the gist and you can get the emotion still. And I think that's important. That's rare. But here's the thing why you should really read Edgar Allan Poe if you enjoyed that show. I have this book, and I've had it, as you can see, for a long, long time. I think since I was 18. Yeah. No, even earlier. I think I was 60. I've had this for 20. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm old. 20 years I've had this book. And I always come back to it at times. Like I pick it up at times. I read some poetry from it, because you can't read Edgar Allan Poe from a screen. You know, it's not worthy. But there's the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket. If you've seen the show, you know who Arthur Gordon Pym is. And it's a long, long novel. You have, yeah. Of course you have the Telltale Heart. Everyone, like, there are obvious or well-known stories in this show that everyone can pick up on, like the Telltale Heart. You have the Black Cat. Yeah, of course, the Black Cat, the cat episode, of course. Like, you have that. You have Cask of Amontillado. I believe that's the Cask of Amontillado. I believe that's they brick up a person in that. Oh, the first line, the first sentence, the first 5 words in this: the 1,000 injuries of Fortunato. Like, the mask of the Red Death. Like, it's all in here. So the dude, Mike fucking Flanagan, thought, you know what? I am so good at gothic horror that I'm gonna take the gothic horror author, world-renowned fucking gothic horror author that not only defined gothic horror, and you might be surprised by this, but defined the detective genre as well. You wouldn't have a Sherlock Holmes without Edgar Allan Poe. You wouldn't have the French, the French detective, and there are a myriad of those, without Edgar Allan Poe. That's probably something that most people don't realize. But he defined that as well. Everyone who likes detective works should also read Edgar Allan Poe. And I'm thinking, like, I was really, really inspired by the end of the episode. And I'm thinking of releasing a video, non-live streamed video, where I just read a poem of Edgar Allan Poe and release it on Halloween. Maybe I might do that. We'll see how much energy I have, but God, it's so fucking good. Sorry, it is so good. See, is there a short one that I think is good to read at the moment? Alone might actually be good. Let's see. Can I... Oh, I'm gonna... Not color correction. Let's see here. Give me a good lot. How's this? Can't... Thank you. 0.23. Yeah, this is good. Okay. Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. From childhood's From childhood's hour I have not been. As others were, I have not seen. As others saw, I could not bring. My passions from a common spring, from the same source I have not taken. My sorrow I could not awaken. My heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then, in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life was drawn from every depth of good and ill, the mystery which binds me still. From the torrent of the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold. From the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm, and the cloud that took the form, when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. Like I can relate. I can fucking relate. Not because I'm like, that's not it. It looks wrong. That's not it either. Was that it? 0.323. That's too red. That's it. I can fucking relate. Not because I think him and I share a common... I haven't read anywhere that he was neurodivergent in any way. It might have been, but we don't know. He was a journalist, a critic of books, which is probably why he's so fucking good. He had some rules of how to write a good poem, a good novel, a good... Like, in his mind, the perfect novel was able to be consumed in one sitting. That was his... You have to be able to just read it without stopping, without putting down the book. because you need the entire story, and you need to remove unnecessary wording. You need to speak with clarity. Like, he had some rules. But I can really relate to the feeling that he had when he wrote Alone. About being, when he was younger. Like, childhood's hour is not necessarily when he's a child, but just when he's younger. The feeling of being, it might even be like waking up from a stupor, like having drunken all night. In the childhood's hour, I have not been. Like, he wakes up and he's not himself because he's not drinking anymore. Like, but I can relate to, in my childhood, having the need to be alone, not being able to relate to others because of my neurodivergency, not understanding why, and just, struggling with social interactions in general. It made me quite lonely at times. I'm not gonna lie. It was mostly self-inflicted loneliness, of course. But like, in one period in my life, my late teens, I hardly hung out with friends. I used to train karate, Shotokan karate. My friends got to black belt. I never got that far. Because it was, no matter how much I love martial arts, it is a social sport. Even though you're training to be alone. Like, it's not a team sport in that sense, like football or what have you. But it's still social. The training is still social. Sure, you like in boxing, you might have the ball hanging down, and how you train on that to build up the muscle, the muscle strength to keep your hands up high. But you still need to train on other people and with other people in order to be able to function as a martial artist. So I couldn't do that. It drained me too much. It was hard just to get there. My friends all gathered like 100 meters from where I lived, where I grew up, on bikes, and then biked together to school. They had a set time, and then they went off. I never, and when I say never, I mean like once here, once there, got in time to that. It was hard. It was, and then, again, it made me lonely. It made me isolated. So I can really relate to those aspects. And I fortunately never went through the hardships of Edgar Allan Poe. Fortunately. I never had like all lovers die of diseases. I think his cousin, his mother, like 3-4 lovers. I don't know. Everyone died of tuberculosis at one point, in time. Which we have, in the West at least, thankfully, more or less eradicated. I think it's quite treatable today. My grandfather had, I think he had tuberculosis. But he didn't die of that because, again, the West. At least I don't think he did. Whatever. But yeah, Edgar Allan Poe has always been an author, a man that I have admired, and my, not obsession, I wouldn't call it an obsession, but my fascination with ravens started with Edgar Allan Poe. That's where, and in a lot of cultures, I think especially in America, especially probably due to Edgar Allan Poe, they are seen as a bad omen. which is completely unfair. Completely unfair. They're not a bad omen. They're just highly, highly intelligent. They're extremely intelligent creatures. So intelligent that they know how to snowboard. They have been shown to snowboard. I love this. 9 years ago. Look at that. It's snowboarding. That's a crow though. Look at these creatures. Look at them. Is it mutant? Yeah, it is. But crows and ravens are related at least. But yeah, these are social creatures. You can befriend a raven if you're consistent enough. There's even wrong. There's even a raven. What?
Ravens and crows, two mysterious and intelligent birds, often get mistaken for each other. But fear not, for I shall reveal 3 easy ways to distinguish between these feathered enigmas.
Okay, that's not what I wanted. It might have been a crow, but I think it's a raven, actually. Can I... Feeding its partner. Oh, right. Yeah, I've seen this. Like, this is how... broken beak... This is... Cat. Come on. Be nice, cat. Yeah. Yum, yum. And look here. The dog's just standing there. Look at the good boy. Can we get... Oh, here we go. How fucking cute is this? Look at that. It feeds the dog. It is so intelligent. Aww. But there's Oh, there we go. Here we go. No. Not in conversation. Raven feed broken beak. Come on, give me... Is it not a raven? I'm sure it's a raven. Whatever. Aw. Poor birdie. Oh my god. I can't look that. But there's a video I've seen of raven... two ravens. A pair of ravens. Where they have been spotted for years. And the male raven feeds the other raven. Feeds the female. Because it has a broken beak. So it can't pick up things. It's so cute. I just adore them. I think they're misunderstood. Not only misunderstood, but mischaracterized creatures in the public eye. And I hope I get a raven friend at some point. I really hope. I really want a raven friend who comes to me. You know, it's cute. Anyway, let's talk about some disgusting things. Okay, let's go back to Palestine, Israel. I want to talk about Brianna Joy Gray. We all know her. We all hate her. I hope she has been disgusting when it comes to electoral politics, like completely out of touch with good politics. So much so that she is happy about how Biden is handling the situation. She's happy about this. So I don't want to name names, but there are a lot of people saying that Gaza is their red line, re-voting for Biden, who deride me for saying the same about promises broken to millions of working class and poor people living in America. Families devastated by mass incarceration, healthcare crisis, climate change, etc. Clearly, the vote blue no matter who logic wasn't as sound as they pretended when they were attacking me. But hey, I'm glad you're here. This is... It's disgusting. It truly, it's completely disgusting. It's feeling glee over this when Israel is slaughtering Palestinians indiscriminately at the moment. They are doing a ground invasion despite the UN resolution. If the West does not condemn Israel for their actions, if the West doesn't sanction Israel over this, but hey, she's gleeful. What's the alternative? It's fucking Trump. Do you remember what Trump did? Do you remember Trump's peace accord in the Middle East, in Israel? I do. He had a meeting without Palestinian representatives to broker peace in the Middle East between Israel and who exactly? Everyone else but Palestine. She is so blinded by her hatred for what the Democrats did to Bernie that she'd rather have Trump, who would do what in this position? Not support Israel? Support Palestine? No. She here's the thing. She doesn't care. She's told us she doesn't care. She said it out loud, flat out. There is nothing the Republicans can do or can refuse to do that would make Breonna Joy Gray go, oh, maybe we should vote for Biden. Maybe we should keep Republicans out of office for the good of humanity. There's nothing. She's an accelerationist. Or, as I suspect at this point, just a fucking ghoulish Republican. She's an op. She's a CIA op. They're like, I wonder if she's condemned Russia at any point. Bree Joy. From Bree Joy, Russia. What's the latest she said on Russia? What's the latest? August 24th. And it's in response to, it's a long thread here. I mean, this is an unhinged long thread. Oh, I'm at the top? Okay. Look at this fucking thread here. And it just keeps on going. Oh, Bucha. Let's look. Bucha. Did she mention? Oh, nothing on Bucha. Azov. Of course. She's talking with the Grey Zone, with Aaron Mate on Azov. Like, she's not serious. She's not Hamas. She's not a serious person here. Let's see here. October 11th. Thank you. Of course, Grey Zone. These are not serious people. They would rather lose. They would rather win the battle and lose the war, a Pyrrhic victory, than lose the battle to win the war. Like, I understand. This is ghoulish and it needs to fucking stop. We had one day on the left where we condemned Hamas and we did the little dance and we acknowledged that, hey, Hamas is a terrorist organization. They do not represent Palestinians. They are a death cult. They want to see the world burn for their God. They want to see, they want to bathe in the blood of Israelis. They want to bathe in the blood of Jewish people. They are horrible. They're mass murderers. I can go on with these, all the condemnation that I can muster. And we had that for one day. Unless you're a tanky or tanky aligned. Hamas Anabi. But what Israel is doing since then is fucking ghoulish. There's a trend online where Israeli women on TikTok, mostly I think, are dressing up as dead Palestinians, mocking them, claiming it's all crisis actors. They don't believe their own. They don't believe their lying eyes. They believe the IDF is on a morally righteous crusade. They believe they have the moral high ground. There's no moral high ground when it comes to killing innocent. There's no moral high ground when it comes to dead children. But they still believe it exists. They still believe they have it. And I put the last video I put out, the video on George Orwell's warning for the world on how authoritarianism works and how our future is gonna look, spoke about this. It's a perfect analogy to what Israel is doing. There's no, it's all righteous anger. It's all just a boot stomping on the face of Palestinian children. That's all it is. I can't condemn it enough. But let me give a not a clarification, a nuance to all of this. Can we get an image of it? Or is that... too long ago. Kosovo War human shields. Tools. Can I get a past year? Of course. I hate like Google. What the fuck? If I'm here, I can go to tools and I can go to anytime and I can do a custom range. If I go to image and I go to tools, oh, right. Blur. There we go. Tools, and I can go to time. Only past year. Why can't I do a custom range here? It's so stupid. Tools, anytime, custom range. Let's go 2000. And I'm not gonna can I get a like it might be too long ago where we didn't have the digital cameras. People bound to tanks, Kosovo War. Can I? Does this have images? Okay. I believe, I could be wrong here, that Serbia, and even if I'm wrong, the point still stands. It's important. The point is more important than the fact that it happened or didn't happen. It's just to make that clear. I'm just gonna see 2 more links. And if I go like what Serbia did to Kosovo was horrible either way. Like the horrific violence and ethnic cleansing they did towards Kosovo in and of itself is bad enough. So whatever. Okay, I'm just going to talk about this then. Let's assume it happened, but it doesn't matter if it did or didn't. Here's the nuance. I will grant Israel, but it's a narrow. And what they're doing is I'll explain later. So when I was in the military, and I was a commanding, not officer, what's it called? The sergeant, but that's not I'm not an officer in that. Non-commissioned officer? Really? Is that the line? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I had my group. I had group. I had some tactical training. I had some group leadership training, and we did a war simulation exercise where we had different stations and we had to do different things at the stations. One of the stations, I come there and like, okay, you're the leader here, and this is your group, and you are setting up here, and there's a road down here. Over there is your comrades. That's where our base is. So you are here to protect the base. And you hear tanks rolling in. So everyone gets ready. We lay down there with our weapons. We have some anti-tank weapons, Swedish made, of course, the AT4s. And then as they approach, this is the officer leading the exercise. It's just an imaginary exercise. There's no actual tank. He explains to us, you see humans attached to the tank. Civilians. Captured civilians being used as a shield on the tank. What do you do? I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like, I was dumbfounded. I was hesitant. I didn't act. And the commanding officer said, oh, after like a minute or so had passed, it's like, and now you can't see them anymore. They've passed you and they're heading towards your friends. Why didn't you shoot? And I'm like, because there were civilians and I don't want to kill civilians. He's like, yeah, but now they're killing your comrades. What the fuck did you do? It is human. You can't always respect the human shield. There is a point here that sometimes you have to ignore the human shield. If you see, if Hamas, if you know there's a Hamas headquarters and they have weapons, they have bombs, they have whatever you want in there that could hurt you, there's a point of blowing up depending on the bomb. Depending on the weaponry they have. But there's a difference when they're being used against you and when they're just in storage. Right? Like if Hamas started shooting at you over the shoulders of civilians, you shoot back. If you can't hide from it, if you can't protect yourself, and they are either like they are coming at you, and there's nowhere to you can't just hide from the gunfire, and you're in harm's way. Shoot fucking back. If there's a nuke inside Gaza, and you're afraid of it getting flipped and it getting activated, sure. Take it out. If it's underground, even better. Sure, I can understand all of this. But they don't have that. And they weren't doing that. And they're bombing a fucking hospital. There's no... And the evidence they're giving for it is dog shit. Is it from the Israeli account itself? Was that the where the show? No, thank you. I'm not showing that shit on. Oh, right. Of course. That's too far. Israel hospital. Oh, right. IDF. Media. Here. This is it. Like they claim to have intelligence that, hey, underneath the hospital, there's a Hamas fucking headquarters that is apparently like just tunnels. That's all it is. And therefore, like, we need to bomb the entire hospital? No, you don't. No, you actually do not have to bomb the entire hospital for this. Like, okay, here, this. If this was actually happening, sure, I can rationalize that. But they weren't aiming anything at you from here at the moment, were they? If this is even true at all. Like, this is the proof they show us. Fuck that shit. This is dog shit proof if that's the case. I mean, what about the Palestinian children? What about the Palestinian? How are you, like, it's whatever. Their crazy bloodlust is rampant, and they are murdering civilians indiscriminately. But again, there is nuance, but not in this case. Not right here, not right now. Because what happens if you always respect the civilian shield? What happens? What happens if you can, if an enemy force can strap children, civilians, to tanks and roll them into your city, enroll them into your country, enroll them into your civilian population, and you don't destroy those tanks? What happens? What will they learn from that? The human shield works. All we have to do is capture some civilians, attach them to our tanks, and we are safe. Of course you can't have that. Of course you have to. It's the same with the nuclear threats from Russia. And I say threats because they haven't, as Dylan Burns likes to point out, they've only said they are reserving the right to use nukes. Which, okay, good to know. Thank you for the information. They haven't said this is a red line. Here is where we're gonna drop the nuke. They haven't said that, according to Dylan Burns, and I trust him on this. And it's the same thing here. Like, we can't take the nuke threat seriously, because if we do, that's gonna change the entire global landscape. So we can't take the human shield as an absolute shield. I understand that. But what place in Gaza can they set up a military operation without a human shield nearby? And why would a terrorist organization who is bombed 24/7, why would they say, hey, here's where we are. Hello. This is our military center. This is where we plan everything. There's our guns. Over there you can see we have ammunition. Over there you can see we have explosives. And over there you can see we have vehicles. Just bomb here and everything is gone. Why would they do that when they can't control their own airspace? When attacks on Palestine isn't seen as escalation, where it's indiscriminate. So even if they wanted to do that, I don't think they can. Because if they do that, they're gone. Of course they won't. Of course. So Israel creates the perfect storm for using human shields 24/7 at every point. Because it doesn't matter. They have Hamas has to hide. If they don't hide, they're dead. So they hide among the civilian population. And then Israel goes, oh, but they're hiding behind the civilian population. Yeah, because they can't hide anywhere else. How else are they going to hide? How else are they going to survive? And this isn't to condone, Hamas. They're murderers. They're slaughtering. They want to bathe. They want to drink the blood of their enemies, which is Jewish people. But Israel creates the circumstances where all of this is possible, where they have to hide among the civilian population. But yeah, that's my nuance to the whole situation. That's my nuance to civilian casualties on the battlefield, but it's nowhere to be seen at the moment in Gaza, in the West Bank. Nowhere there is the civilian population respected at all by Israel. So, I don't know. Fucking ghouls. Fucking ghouls. And yeah, just to bring this back to the Brianna Joy Gray thing. It's not an easy. It's not easy to say that we should still vote for Biden after how he refuses to condemn what the IDF and Israel and Netanyahu is doing. Of course, it's hard, but the option is worse. The option is worse across the board. But Trump didn't start any wars. What war did Biden start? What war did Trump end? I know Biden ended Afghanistan. No, but it was on Trump's timetable. Yeah, and Trump refused to follow Obama's timetable. Obama refused to follow Bush's timetable. Why? Because of what happened under Biden. Because everyone knew withdrawing from Afghanistan is just going to throw the country back into the hands of the terrorists. And nobody wanted that. Nobody had the strength to do that. But Biden did. The left has screamed about ending the war in Afghanistan for 20 years. And as soon as it happens, they condemn that we ended the war in Afghanistan. Or they give credit to Trump. But Biden started Ukraine. No, he didn't. Russia, Putin started the war in Ukraine. But Biden supports Israel against Palestine. Unlike which president? And the way he supports it is kind of tacit. Like he has to support it. He has no choice to not support it. You know? If he does, the amount of money that Israel is going to pour into getting Biden out of office, I don't think people understand. Like, he'd lose like that. I talked last stream. Oh, yeah. David Sachs, fucking moron, by the way. It's amazing to me how many people will say things like, the world is on fire and it's the worst geopolitical situation in memory, but then fail to connect that to the fact that Biden has been running the most aggressive U.S. foreign policy ever. Ever. Dylan Burns correctly points out, Biden has been the most... Yeah. How can you say that? How can you say that the guy who pulled out of Afghanistan and decreased drone strikes to its lowest number since drones were introduced has the most aggressive foreign policy ever when this man is still alive? How the fuck can you memory hole George W. Bush? It is one thing for a Zoomer to say it. It is one thing for Gen Alpha to say it. They weren't alive prior to 9/11. Okay? This dude is not a Gen Zer. He's not a Zoomer. He's not a Gen Alpha. I don't even think he is a millennial. I think he's Gen X. Yeah, he had education at university in 94. Yeah. 51 years. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Gen X, what is that? Gen X? Yeah, he's Gen X. Mm-hmm. Like, what the fuck? How? Disgusting. But there's another thing that's also disgusting. We've all seen the and I talked about this last stream, but I didn't. But I didn't do a video on it. At least not yet. I might splice this in as well. There's been a concerted effort by Israeli companies to fund. I'll redo the segment even. I'll redo it. That's what I'll do. Here. We'll watch this, but there is more to it, okay?
I have and always will fully support Palestine. And I just felt the need to put that out there because a brand really tried to pay me to change my opinion today. That's not going to happen. You cannot buy my morals. I had a brand deal lined up with this particular brand. I've even filmed the video and everything. Today was the day I was meant to post it. Today I also posted on my Instagram loads of pictures from the Palestine protest in London, right? I messaged them. I'm like, am I still good to post the video at this time? They said no. Then I received a essay basically saying that they're not willing to work with me anymore because I've publicly said that I support Palestine. I was like, that's fine. Because I as much don't want to work with you if you support innocent people dying. Oh, shit. Sorry, I dashed my remote onto the floor. And then I thought it was over. It wasn't. I then received another message where they said if I take the post down and publicly announce that I do not support, that they will pay me basically double the amount that we agreed on, and they would repost my video onto their feed, which obviously has fucking loads of followers. I am so... In what actual right mind do you think that you can buy my morals? They really wanted me to come online and be like, yeah, I'm actually okay with these innocent people, these innocent children as well. Just so you all know, I support Palestine. If you want to unfollow me because of this, that's fine. If other brands don't want to work with me because of this, that's also okay. There's quite clearly bigger problems in the world. We're discussing them right now.
Okay.
I have...
Gen Z, morals on point. On the fucking point here. And there's more, like how much do they pay? Like they really pouring money into social media at the moment. Like this ad, a lot of people have seen this ad where Israel's like, oh, Hamas terrorists, ISIS, with this cute like, oh, hug your kids because we can't, stuff like that. Bobby Lee explains, you don't have to watch it, but he explains like he got a free trip to Israel. He's like, sign me up. Why not? But it wasn't free. He had to post positive things on Twitter while he's there every single day. It's not free. They buy your morals, is the point. However, There is a specific thing happening here
Accident.
where I do not believe this is true. I don't think this kid knew that this is probably fake. He probably thought that because Israel is so egregious in they're so blatant in their death desires, their blood lust. You know, they're so blatant in all that he probably thought this was real, but it's so egregiously over the top that I don't think it. But let's...
$5,000 is what I was just offered to pledge my support to Israel. This Zionist organization emailed me this morning and they said, "We have been following your content on TikTok and appreciate your passion for the Middle East. Our organization, which seeks to help understanding, would like to offer you a sponsorship opportunity. We have noticed your support for the Palestinian cause and we respect your dedication to important issues. However, we believe that there may be some misunderstandings and misperceptions regarding Israel and you have fallen for the lies of the rabid dogs."
So far, I could believe it. This sounds like IDF, you know. Sure, maybe.
What the fuck? We are willing to offer you $5,000 to go live and pledge your support for Israel. We aim to provide you with resources and experts who can make you see the truth.
Starting there, make you see the truth? Make you see the truth? Really?
Your voice is influential and we believe it's essential to not spread the lies of terrorists on accident. We look forward to working together to promote greater truth in the world. This is
like shalom, first of all. Like it is so blatant, and without knowing the source, like he blocks out the source. It's fake. I do not believe it. You can condemn the IDF, you can condemn Israel, you can condemn Netanyahu without the need for this kind of thing, okay? I believe the girl, because it's much more... She already had a video lined up. And you know, like I believe that much more than I believe this. This is just so over the top, where, yes, Israel will go over the top. We saw their UN diplomat, UN representative, equated Palestine with Hamas, blank. Like, talked about Palestine and then like, oh, these terrorists. Like, no. Palestine isn't Hamas. Hamas isn't Palestine. Two different things. Nothing that Hamas does makes the struggles that Palestine goes through any less righteous, any less correct, any less worthy of support. But in the eyes of the government, in the eyes of the Israeli government, they're not humans. They're dogs. They're Hamas. There was something I saw while I was in the bathroom. Right. Big think. We're going to save that. Before we go to more depressing shit, I just want to give a bit of hope. Just a tad. Just a smidge hope to Americans. You know, I know we have it bad, but just a smidge of hope. Vermont, its largest school district in Vermont, unanimously codifies trans rights for students. It's not much. It's not the state. It's one school district. Sure. But I mean, beggars can't be choosers, I'm afraid. I just want to provide this as a little palate cleanser before we go into more horrible shit. Before the world turns over and we just end life. The Deprogram Pod, a podcast consisting of 3 tankies. You have Second Thought, you have Hakeem, and then you have Yugopnik. Tankies, disgusting, whatever. Yugopnik is probably the least egregious. He's more nuanced in his takes, what I've seen from Twitter. I did a thread on them where neither Hakeem nor Second Thought are even talking about the atrocities committed by either Hamas or Russia, you know, or anything like that. They refuse to condemn atrocities. Blanket state, unless the West is doing them, by the way. Yugopnik seems to be more nuanced, and he actually criticizes Russia, criticizes Putin. Seems to admit that Putin is just a dictator. You know, he's complicated. Out of all of them, but he is in this podcast with them, so he's still culpable. He's still part of that group. But this is not about them. This is about the merch they have released. Okay? This is a fine shirt. You know, it's perfectly fine. Because you spammed us for days on end about expanding the limited merch drop after it finished, we managed to organize adding the top sellers to the eternal evergreen list of commodities in the store. It's a fine shirt. I wouldn't mind it. I'm assuming they bought the rights for this famous image, actually. Sure. As tanky merch goes, I can't really compare. If I'd seen this on town, I wouldn't bat an eye, you know? Again, perfectly fine merch, no notes, whatever. It's edgy socialist signaling, you know? We'll make your kids Marxist. Fear us, you know? But remember, top sellers here. Does this look familiar to you? Does this feel wrong in any way? Do you recognize this and get a bad feeling? Because I knew exactly where this came from. I knew exactly where this came from. I wonder. I fucking wonder. disgusting, absolutely atrocious. This is akin to using Nazi imagery. You remember the Kyrgyzstan? This? Like it's on par with that. But I know the creator, I think the creator of it, didn't he I believe Jeff Holiday? Oh, confession time. At the time, I thought the anti-SJWs were cool. Don't ask why, because I couldn't tell you. Not long after it was uploaded, the crowd drama happened. Or blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. I believe Jeff Holiday created that, and he has renounced it. He has asked for forgiveness, and he's made up for it. But they are currently selling this patch. And then they wonder, why did Nebula drop us? Why would a left-wing progressive service not want to work with us? I mean, it's hard to, it's really, I can't put my finger on it. But it might have something to do with you being celebratory of murder, of genocide, of killing of babies, and using PMC Wagner imagery. Might have something to do with that, you know? Might have. I've mentioned it before. Should I include that? Yeah, sure. Let's focus on one specific person because he's American. He's Westerner. He has no right, no excuse, I should say, for being as dumb as he is. None. I tried to find this last time, but I didn't because I'm stupid.
Right sector has been getting a lot of...
Shut up. Here is Keffels going over a video from Hakeem. From Second Thoughts CP USA conference. Okay? Let's just take a few seconds to listen.
In late February of 2022, Russia officially began what it has since called its special military operation in Ukraine. While this event marked a significant escalation in violence between the two countries, it was not where the conflict began. Nearly a decade ago, the United States and European imperialist powers backed a far-right coup in Ukraine.
Right, just right there, that's all you have to know. That's all you have to know. Because we can go to EU officials, Maidan Republic, take the deal. Posted anonymously, the first audio clip was headlined "Puppets of Maidan," clearly aiming to portray opposition leaders as stooges of the US diplomats who were discussing how the opposition might take up an offer from Yanukovych to form a government. Western officials wanted the Maidan protesters to stop and take the deal with Yanukovych. What was the deal? You'll have a new election at the end of the year. And the Maidan went, fuck you, we want it right now. So straight out of the gate, not a minute in, lies. He's lying here. This whole video is just lies.
The footage that makes its way to Telegram, Twitter, and other more democratized online news sources. Conservatively, tens of thousands of people have been killed since last year, including they will be lucky to return home at all.
Like, nowhere in this video does he condemn Russia for what they're doing, okay? Why do I bring this up? What's the point here? What am I getting at? Well, first of all, second thought is just a stooge. CPUSA, just stooges for Russia. I don't know if they are actually stooges of Russia, but they are tankies. They are walking that line. They are ostensibly supporting Russia in this. No, I have it here. Oh my God, I'm so stupid.
Mentions the government.
Now, second thought, recently, 8 days ago, last week, put out a video called "We Need to Talk About Authoritarianism." And I thought, last stream, you know what? I'll make the video on Orwell's warning on authoritarianism, on fascism, before, as a primer to this. Like as a companion piece, you know? Part 1. What is it? What is Orwell's warning and how has it manifested? And I say, it's manifested quite well. Second thought, I don't think he likes Orwell that much, you know? So I don't think we're going to get the same kind of scrutiny here. And it says authoritarianism. First of all, let's just see what people are saying. The thing about authoritarianism is that people keep forgetting that the Patriot Act was never repealed and was strengthened. They do? Who is they in this point? Who are people? What people? Like ordinary people? Everyday people? Yeah, everyday people don't know what authoritarianism is even. Everyday people are uninformed on almost everything, you know? So, whatever. I don't care about being surveilled. I've got nothing to hide. Is as stupid as saying, I don't care if my freedom of speech is taken away. I've got nothing to say. Sure. Yeah. I agree. Which is why I oppose Russia as a concept, as a body. You got me when you reached the part where US has never fought a defensive war and still call it the Department of Defense. I don't know if the Department of Defense or if that arm of the government existed back then, but I mean, the Civil War? I mean, the Civil War, perhaps? Ukraine? Like, the US isn't fighting it, but we're supporting it. World War fucking II? I'd call that fucking defensive, okay? I'd call that defensive. Hi there, from Russia. I have some things to say about my country. What's actually to live in the state that almost unilaterally considered to be authoritarian, but I only can compare it with Europe. I was able to visit the EU countries around 10-12 years ago, Finland, Netherlands, Latvia. I can clearly see struggles of American people in not as developed in not so developed and wealthy states. It reminds me the situation in Russia outside of any bigger city, like Moscow or St. Petersburg. Although you can somewhat say that people in Moscow and St. Petersburg are privileged compared to other regions and small towns. There's still a lot of impoverishment, impoverished people everywhere. For example, we live for around $3,500 to $4,000 a year for a family of 3, which is even for Russia isn't much. Plus tons of my health issues that prevent me from working, and there's no disabilities pensions with my condition. And even people with severe disabilities are usually on their own. Government doesn't care. I'd say, and they don't care even less now, since 63% of the entire budget is going into the war effort in Ukraine at the moment. Like, they are strained at the moment. I'd say Russia is pretty close to neoliberal totalitarian dystopia. No, it's much, much worse than that. At least in neoliberal totalitarian dystopia? Well, what the fuck is that? At least in neoliberal dystopias, you have the right to vote still. With unprecedented levels of corruption, nepotism, police brutality, but despite all of that, society is still keeping its normality and operability somehow, and it just amazes me in a good way. We still have a lot of Soviet traits in certain areas, but that's mainly because the lack of lustrations and the fact that after the fall of USSR, there was a major power grab by ex-KGB crooks, like Putin, that now wasn't restricted by any rules and went to do business with organized crime, like Putin, making hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, at expense of everyday people. Adam Curtis' documentary Trauma Zone shows this transition to wild capitalism really well. But it's hard for me to watch, painful even. Somehow world thought back then that unrestricted capitalism in the environment without any capitalistic market experience and 70 years of planned economy prior would be a great... Yeah, that's actually a great point. Like, you introduce... It's like if North Korea would fall tomorrow and you just, and here's capitalism for you. They are not gonna... You hear this from people fleeing North Korea, coming to South Korea. They are fleeced of their money because they have no idea how to use it. They don't value it because they don't know how to value it. It's the same with going to... just being a tourist, using the money is hard enough because you can't... The conversion is hard to do at the spot. Random Corporation is wild to me. It's a perfect recipe for World War III or something. Blah, blah. Okay, so like, yeah, let's hear here. Let's look what Second Thought thinks about authoritarianism.
This episode is brought to you by Ground News.
Ground News. Who are they? Ground News. I've heard that before. About. Thank you for this. I am highly suspect as soon as this happens. Ground News Wiki, perhaps? No. Whatever.
Authoritarianism, the practice of eating only people who have published books. Wait, that's not right. Authoritarianism, truly one of the words of all time. A decadent 7 syllables long and wonderfully vague. If you've ever had a conversation about politics, and if you're watching this channel, I'm sure you have, you've likely...
Vague? How is it vague? Authoritarianism being authoritarian. Ceding power in the hands of few, using violence to enact your rule if people go against it. Not having democracy. It's not vague. You might say it's nebulous. You might say, not nebulous. You might say it's broad. You might say that it's but vague, diffuse. No. To enforce the enforcement or advocacy of a strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom. This is not vague. This is very, very poignant. I know why he's doing it. The point that he okay, I can see the whole video in front of me now. I can see it all. He's gonna go, oh, they call this authoritarian, but they don't call that authoritarian. They call Russia's lack of democracy authoritarian, but they don't call what America is doing authoritarian. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I heard someone use the term, or maybe you've even used it yourself. It's popular in pretty much every corner of the mainstream political spectrum. Liberals, conservatives, the dreaded centrists, and even some lefty groups like anarchists and libertarian socialists. But what does it mean? And what gives it so much weight in the political discourse? Well, that's what this video is about. We've got a pretty poor understanding of what authority is here in the West, but I bet we can fix that. Let's start with the generally accepted definition. Authoritarianism, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of personal freedom. Okay, this is a pretty bad definition if we're being honest.
No.
It mentions the government in there, but doesn't really commit to being political, just kinda, when you want people to follow the rules.
No. No. Not even close. And it's not a political thing. You can be authoritarian without being political. A CEO, like Elon Musk on Twitter, authoritarian. He's favoring or enforcing. He's enforcing strict obedience to his authority at the expense of the personal freedoms of others on Twitter. Like it's personal freedom in a private company. Like it's not perfect, but yeah, I don't know, whatever.
That's not super helpful when we're trying to nail down a heavily used term, and one that deals with some serious topics. Okay, so what if we expand it to include...
Wait, let's see. Okay. We're not even 2 minutes in. We're not even 1.5 minutes in. Does every word has to be like catering to his specific predilections? Like, is it? Can there be no broad terms like fascism? If this if he had talked about fascism here, I'd absolutely be on his side. Absolutely, it's a nebulous, hard to define political far-right movement. Fascism, sure, but authoritarianism. The police is authoritarian in its structure. The military is authoritarian in its structure. It is not a political body because of that. Even, I'm sure, anarchists would recognize that. Paramilitary groups recognize this. You cannot at all allow for dissent against your commanding officer then and there. You can't allow for mutiny to fester. You have to clamp it down. That's personal freedom being robbed from the individual at the expense. What was strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom, perfectly exemplified in the military, and it is not a political statement or political act because of that.
Include how people generally use the term.
People generally use it. Yeah, fuck that. I don't care. If people use it wrong, if people are like, no, the military isn't authoritarian, it's just political. It's a political statement. No, it's not. No, stop that. Stop trying to force every word in your vocabulary or in the vocabulary of the average individual in common parlance into your narrow set of politics, okay? Stop that. It's bad, and it doesn't lead to anything except for newspeak. I think this is going to be a newspeak definition of authoritarianism. That's it's going to be a newspeak definition of authoritarianism.
Generally speaking, when someone uses the word authoritarian...
Why is he so low res, by the way? Like, I have it on HD. I don't have premium, of course, but like I have...
They are often...
You have 1.64 million followers and you can't focus correctly, but you're not in focusing on the background. Seem to be... The shirt is in focus. Why isn't your face in focus? Why is it blurry? What is happening? What's the low resolution coming from? Huh? What's happening here? Talk to me, second thought. Talk to me.
But not always using it as a term to demonize a system that is different from their own, regardless of the facts. They're using it as a synonym for totalitarian, a word you don't really hear much anymore.
A system of government that is centralized and dictatorial and requires complete subservience to the state. Totalitarianism is authoritarian, but authoritarianism isn't totalitarianism. All cars have 4 wheels. Not all cars. Come on, work in there. Not all everything with 4 wheels are cars.
It's sort of fallen by the wayside in favor of authoritarian. Kind of like using the word commie as a slur has been superseded by tanky in the last few years.
This is why he's doing this video, by the way. This is why he's doing the video.
Same idea, different era.
No. My girlfriend's nephew's. When he was younger, he's still very, very young. But when he was a toddler, when he was doing something wrong, we went no, nay. And then, so he learned that, okay, when they don't want me to do something, they go nay. So he started, because he hasn't got the coordination in. So he can't point and shake his finger at the same time. So instead, when he knows he's doing something wrong, or he used to do this, he's getting better because he's getting older. He put up his finger with one hand and then went That's all he heard. He's so fucking cute. Really, really cute. I love that kid. Absolutely. So
These words, authoritarian and totalitarian, have been leveled at fascism and communism, often in a direct attempt to conflate the two. This is largely due to the US's extreme anti-communism.
I know I'm pausing a fuck ton, but he's so dense with his ignorance or his obfuscation. Who is the target audience here? This is not a general audience. This audience. His audience isn't intended to be liberals, intended to be centric, intended to be those on the fence. It's not even intended for people who are informed. This is intended for an audience who is uninformed. An audience primed to go along with him. Just, he wants people who are already left-wing. Like most of the videos, I'm sure. Like, how are they so wealthy? We had shock therapy. Why the U.S. is not a democracy. Like, were the Nazis socialists? He's probably gonna. I'm sure he's gonna be correct in this. In all the videos I've seen. So I'm sure most of the videos have good information that I can agree with. Good analysis that I can agree with. Like, is everything turning into Uber? Yeah, I can see how you can watch this channel and not be a tanky. But then he sneaks in these kinds of videos, which is meant to prime you for tankyism, for authoritarian communism, for fascism. That's the point.
Communism post-World War II, to the point that they'd lump in their former friends, the people without whom the Allies could not have won the war, with what most people believe to be the greatest evil in history. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's all well and good.
Hold on. Like, how do I word this without being clipped? without people having the ability to clip me. Nazi Germany killed Jews. Okay? Nazi Germany killed Jews. So after the war, UK sold land they owned. Or if they gave it away, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Gave Jewish people, displaced Jewish people who wanted a place where they can feel safe, plot of land in Palestine that was controlled by the UK. They just gave it to them and said, here, build your land here. Build your nation. We're going to support you with armored vehicles, with weaponry, with money. Okay, so you can rebuild a state where Jewish people can feel safe. And I understand that sentiment. I would probably even have supported it if I was alive back then. And even Palestinians weren't that opposed to it back then. However, does this mean that I can't criticize it because of that? Oh, they're criticizing the former friends. Oh, they're not grateful to Russia. They're not grateful to the Soviet Union. Fuck you. What is there to be grateful? Great. They helped kill Nazis. Awesome. Now let's talk about the gulags. Let's talk about how they had, was it one out of every 2 or every 3 soldier had a gun even? And they sent everyone into battle. And when the one comrade died who had a gun, another comrade picked up that gun from them. That was the idea. Yeah, we might not have the equipment for it, but we have the manpower. So just go in there. If they die, you pick up the gun and you start shooting. And if you try to flee, if you try to retreat, we shoot you in the back. Why? No, we can't criticize them because they killed Nazis, apparently. So did America. They still had segregation. Long after the World War II. Can't we criticize that? Churchill, amazing leader during World War II. Amazing leader. A fucking conservative. Deep conservative. Authoritarian even, you might call him. Unless your second thought, I guess. Because it's too nebulous. He wasn't a totalitarian. He was just authoritarian. Like, we can't criticize our allies? Fuck that shit.
People use a political term vaguely to demonize their opponents. Big surprise. But we still need some specifics. What exactly makes a state authoritarian?
Right. What was the definition? The enforcement or advocacy, in this case, enforcement of strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom. Does that fit the Soviet Union? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, if you have a scroll through the comments of just about any political video that talks about socialism, you'll find people ready with their pre-written list of objections, usually bundled under the prime objection, that's authoritarian.
And people use the term wrongly, but that's because the term is nebulous. No, people use the term wrong. Talk about that. Don't say the term is vague.
Things on that list include the existence of large prisons or labor camps,
sure.
a covert police force, state media, a strong...
If you mean... He shows NPR here.
Of large prisons or labor camps.
This is interesting.
State media.
NPR is not state media. It is state-owned media. It's not state-run media. Big fucking difference. In the NPR is allowed to criticize the government. They do it frequently. They're not even that much funded by the state. NPR funding. Comes from dues and fees paid by member stations. Underwriting the corporate sponsor and annual grants from the public-funded Corporations for Public Broadcasting, most of its member stations are owned by nonprofit organizations, including public school districts, colleges, and universities. NPR operates independently of any government or corporation and has full control of its content. When we say state media, we mean something very, very specific here, which again, he undermines his entire video now by including this. Are media outlets that are under financial and or editorial control of the state or government, directly or indirectly. There are different types of state and government media. State-controlled or state-run media are under editorial control or influenced by the state or government. Under editorial control or influenced by the state or government. That is the point. Dylan Burns talked about this when he, right after the Prigozhin coup attempt, I guess, insurrection against the government, which I don't know why, but he trusted Putin. Of all people to trust Putin, Prigozhin should know better, you know? But he didn't. He's a moron, obviously. He's a fascist authoritarian. Of course he didn't know better. He's stupid. What happened in state media inside Russia, RT, Sputnik, and is there... Yeah, TASS. None of them, and I mean none of them, wrote a damn shit about this insurrection from Prigozhin. They didn't write anything until Putin made a statement condemning it. Because what Prigozhin was doing smartly was that he said, this is not Putin, this is everyone around him. This is the people who have lured him into the trap that is the war in Ukraine. The Defense Department, Shoigun, all of those people, they are the problem. Not Putin, they. So they didn't know, because they didn't know how Putin... If he had gone after Putin, I'm sure they would have condemned it and talked, but he didn't, so that's smart, but they didn't know how to write it, because Putin hadn't made a statement. If they had written about it as an insurrection against the government, and then Putin comes out and supports it and says, oh, I have actually been informed by Prigozhin, I've seen the evidence and he is correct, and we need to remove these people from office. We need to take care of them like we do with the enemy of the state. They would have been thrown in jail possibly themselves. So they didn't. That's what we mean when we say state media, not fucking NPR.
Media, a strongman leader, censorship, that sort of thing. And to be fair, all those things do sound scary, and none of them are ideal. I think we can all agree that we'd love to live in a society where prisons didn't need to exist. But
that's never going to happen. That's a pipe dream at best.
let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Emphasis on dream.
Before we go any further, I want to emphasize that I'm not trying to attack anyone here. The objection to authoritarianism is present in a lot of different camps. People may define it a little differently. For example, a libertarian might call seatbelt laws authoritarian, while a liberal might consider the influence of the church on the government authoritarian. Meanwhile, my anarchist friends...
He's not entirely wrong here, but I'd say... I'd actually say that in some sense it is authoritarian. Like in the broadest sense, seatbelt laws are authoritarian. Authoritarianism isn't good or bad, just like liberalism or liberal principles, I should probably say, not the political movement liberalism or the philosophical, but just the liberal principles, personal freedoms aren't always democracy. Let's actually just use democracy specifically. Isn't always a good thing. Voting on should we have an ethnic cleansing? That's not good. That is bad. That is real bad. But hey, we want more democracy, so we have to follow the will of the people. No. There needs to be restrictions on that. Just as there needs to be some restrictions on the personal freedoms. There needs to be some level of authoritarianism in a country. But when we condemn something for being authoritarian, when we say that's authoritarian, we mean that's bad because it's authoritarian, because they are limiting our freedoms here. Not that authoritarianism blanket is bad. Just that it's bad in that instance.
Are yelling from the back of the room that the very existence of a state is authoritarian, and we need to...
And by the way, when we say that the state is authoritarian, we mean people don't have personal freedoms under this state. It is contextual. That's probably why he thinks it's diffuse, because it's contextual. A pear, not the fruit, but the pairing of things, or a couple, that's also contextual. Does that mean it's a diffuse or nebulous or that like a term we can't use? No.
Abolish bed.
Oh, sorry. A pair of pants. How many pants do you have? Pair of glasses. How many glasses do you have? One. You're talking about one there. But a pair is 2 at least, right? A couple is the same. I have a couple of books here. How many books am I talking about? At least 2. And I'm not talking about like 10, but I might be talking about 3, 4, like a couple of books. I have a bookshelf with a couple of books, you know? Like it's not strict, the definition. And that's a good thing. Why do you want to be authoritarian when it comes to language? Second thought.
Bedtime. Again, teasing, no offense intended. Okay, we all on the same page? Authoritarianism is a red flag.
No.
For a lot of people, and there are some specific
Yes.
objections we can consider. So, let's consider them. Here's what we're going to do for the rest of the video. First, we'll look at the list of objections as understood by liberals. And I mean that in the broadest sense. Liberals as in subjects of liberal states, not in the conservative versus liberal sense. Then we'll look at those same objections as understood by the left. Again, pretty broadly speaking. Basically everyone from social democrats and beyond. Then finally, we'll consider a better way to understand authority and authoritarianism. Sound good?
I am most interested in the third one, okay? Not gonna lie.
All right, liberal friends. I've got a pretty good idea of the kinds of places you feel are authoritarian. Top of the list, Soviet Union, the big one. Perhaps the target of the most intense smear campaign in history. Then we've got Cuba. China, North Korea, and likely a handful of other projects. But I think it's safe to say that these are the big ones.
Whoa.
North Korea, and likely a handful of other projects.
This guy's cool. Just because he's he's cool. He's good. He fought for democracy? Oh, what's his name though? I don't even remember the specific country. African socialist leader, military. Oh, you know what I can do? I can actually go like this. I'm gonna images. Oh, I actually okay. Thomas Sankara, that's the name. Thomas Sankara. I actually found him. Burkina Faso, that's the nation. A coup d'etat organized by Blaise, blah, blah, blah. Fidel Castro and Che Guevara, leader Jerry Rawlings, the president of the Democratic and Popular Revolution. The ideology of revolution was defined as Sankara's anti-imperialism speeches, blah, blah. The first American Association. Like, this guy did a lot of good things. I have to read up more on him, but I have respect for him and from the things that I actually know about him. I don't have enough information to say if this, but I have my suspicions, since this is second thought and NPR and state media, you know, I have my suspicion here.
But I think it's safe to say that these are the big ones. When you look at any of these projects, it's not difficult to see the one thing they all have in common. They're all socialist. And when you see this, it's not entirely unreasonable to come to the conclusion.
Imagine calling North Korea or China socialist. Or the Soviet Union socialist, you know? Imagine.
That authoritarianism is a core feature of socialism. We'll address this a bit more thoroughly in a few minutes, but suffice it to say that in the West, we may have a slightly biased opinion on the matter. Through no fault of our own.
Biased.
We've just been subjected to nearly 100 years of Red Scare propaganda at this point. Everything we're taught growing up in the imperial core, especially in the US, points us towards the conclusion that communism is evil and capitalism is righteous. But here's
the damage that the Soviet Union, the USSR, that Stalin and Lenin and all of these leaders have done to the socialist movement is immeasurable. The setback that socialism has taken due to that, and to the refusal, of authoritarian leftists, tankies, can't be understated. It's going to take generations of work from more liberal leftists, from more actual socialists, pardon me, to undo that damage.
Here's the part where I'm going to have to ask you to be willing to consider some unpleasant truths. And I don't say these things to engage in whataboutism or because I'm anti-American or something. Quite the contrary. I believe that in order for any country to live up to the standards it sets for others, it needs to soberly reflect on the facts. And the facts indicate that everything we're taught about these awful authoritarian socialist countries, we are also guilty of, and often to a far greater degree. Let me elaborate.
No. Our media is completely free to criticize the government. Our media is not beholden to the government's whims on whether it supports or denounces a certain cause. I do not fear death. I do not fear getting jailed. I do not fear reprisal in any way, shape, or form from advocating against the king, against the government, against the police, against the military. And you know what? Second thought, neither do you. You sit there in your this is the ivory tower mentality, by the way. This is fucking ivory tower, our ivory tower mentality. You sit there with your liberal freedoms and you go, and you watch people suffering. Tremendous suffering in the world due to these authoritarians, these fascists, and you go, we do it worse. No, we fucking don't. I'd rather live, you know what? I'd rather be a black man in America than a North Korean citizen. At least a black man in America can criticize the government. Now, he might. I'm not going to understate the troubles that he might get into because he does that. He might get a knock on the door from the FBI, you know. There might be something there. But everyone recognizes that it's wrong. But if it's from a Eastern person, if a Chinese experiences that, if a North Korean, if a Russian holds up a white sign outside of government and they get whipped away, whatever, by police, well, we do it worse. No, we fucking don't. I just want to show one. There was a video recently released by from inside Russia. Can't find it. Whatever. Where they show that, hey, we live in shit. They point to the ground and like, do you see this brown shit on the ground? That's not That's not rat spillings. That's not like gray water. That's actual poop. Because the pipes from the toilets flushed down into were leaking. And it leaked from the ceiling down to the ground. Where else would it leak? Like, and then they go, oh, we've gotten a mail, paper mail here, snail mail, saying, in 7 years we have scheduled repairs in your building. 7 years they're going to have to live in shit. Without access to healthcare, without access to, like, the West is so much better in every conceivable way than anything, nearly anything, you'll find in Russia, especially North Korea. It's not even comparable.
One thing that rarely gets the attention it deserves is how we talk about authoritarianism. And I mean that literally, like the very words we use. Take the DPRK. We never hear about the government of North Korea. We hear about the Kim regime. This is common when Westerners talk about non-capitalist governments, or even capitalist ones that aren't
non-democratic. Non-democratic. Like it is actually like it's right there. It's like
vassal states of the U.S. They have a regime.
Whoa.
We hear about the Kim regime. This is common when Westerners talk about non-capitalist governments, or even capitalist ones that aren't vassal states of the U.S. They have a regime, we and our allies have a government. The way we talk about different systems goes a long way towards coloring our perception of them. People criticize labor camps, or secret police, or any number of other scary authoritarian words. But here's the thing, we have those too. And if you look at the data, often to...
Yeah, you do. In America, where's the labor camp at the moment? Just gonna throw out the country here. Norway. Where's the labor camp in Norway? Where's the secret police in Norway?
To a far greater extent than any socialist project in history. We just don't call them by those names. We don't have secret police, we have plainclothes officers.
No. These are two different, very, very, very different things. And the plainclothes officers are undercover, but they identify themselves during arrest, for example. We know about they work for the regular police here. The secret police, a secret police, like again, it's just obfuscation here. Or political police, interesting. Are police, intelligence, or security agencies that engage in covert operations against a government's political, religious, or social opponents and dissidents. This is not about the KGB, for example. Let's just take the KGB. The KGB's and secret police in general point is not to uphold law. It's to uphold political order, political, not order maybe, but political adherence to the state. That's the point. You need to be scared at every turn that you might get reported by the secret police because you don't support the government, because you're critical of the government. That's not really this. That's not the plainclothes officer's point, is it? Second thought. However, under Trump, I believe the DHS, with police, BLM. This is a secret police. Under Trump, there was a secret police. But they weren't plain clothes officers who operate in plain clothes to not get detected and to surveil criminals.
Or the intelligence community. We don't have we have plainclothes officers or the intelligence community.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, calls secret intelligence. So not secret intelligence. What was the word he used?
We don't have secret police. We have plainclothes officers or the intelligence community.
Intelligence. Nobody thinks that the intelligence community is a secret police. Two completely different things. Intelligence community, CIA. We have in Sweden, we have FRA. In China, I don't know what China's intelligence community is called, their agency, whatever, but they all have it. Gather intelligence on foreign adversaries, on foreign governments. They might, at worst, I might say, I might qualify, they will cultivate a source, cultivate an agent within the country they are surveilling, within a country they are monitoring. That's not the secret police. You fucking MI5, is it MI5, MI6? MI6 is not a secret police. They're not trying to monitor and make sure that the people are in line with the government in terms of political thoughts. Like I fucking.
We don't have gulags. We have detention centers.
Which people have called, gulags is very different. People have called these concentration camps. Why? They're camps where you concentrate people. Gulag was a work camp. Big fucking difference. You might, the better analogy to a gulag in America is just the prison system, not the detention centers. Nobody there is making license plates, you know? Nobody there is working. They're just being detained without hygiene, you know, in horrible circumstances. It's not a gulag. They're not working. They're not making shit. Forced labor camps. This is not a forced labor camp.
Which, by the way, housed far more inmates than the Soviet Union ever did.
That's a lot of people, though. Okay. Okay.
And of course, we don't have slave labor, we have penal labor.
The first time then I actually agree with him. Correct. Okay, yeah. Slavery was never outlawed. It was limited in America. But why are you only focusing on America here, my dude? Why not Europe? Are we not worthy of your condemnation? Or do we not maybe have penal labor? Maybe? Is that why you can really fit this thing that you're doing into that?
We put inmates to work manufacturing hand sanitizer during a pandemic or fighting fires because enshrined in the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, slavery is illegal except as punishment for a crime. And a lot of the time, that crime is just being poor. A parking ticket you couldn't pay. Getting caught with the same drug a rich person uses, but you don't have the money to buy yourself out of trouble. We don't have a Ministry of War, we have a Department of Defense.
Okay. Like, okay. Nobody condemns China or Russia even, or North Korea or any other authoritarian government, or any other fascist government for that point, for having a military. Everyone understands. Yeah, they have a military. Like, they're using a different word for it, and
despite never once fighting a defensive war.
Not true. Not fucking true. Like I said earlier, World War II, if anything, was a defensive war. Or does he just memory hold that? He ignores that because, hey, that's Russia. That's Russia's doing. Soviets doing. Not America. America did nothing there. America just stayed home and did nothing, ignoring that they shipped fucking military aid to Russia to help them with the war. D-Day. They were attacked, and then they entered the war with their own military. That's fucking defensive. Whatever.
Every military action taken by the United States, from
post-World War II,
bombing hospitals to drone striking foreign citizens, is given the cover of defense. We don't have state media or propaganda, we just have news.
And of course he's showing Tucker Carlson here. But yeah. Yeah? I've already shown this with NPR. Yeah? Fox News might be the closest you're getting to state media. But it's not. It's political media. It's adherence to a party, not the state. While state media is adherence to the state. Like blind adherence to the state. Fox News has blind adherence, and not even actually, in some cases, to the party. Like, very different things.
Those news outlets are, of course, all owned by the same corporate interests who funnel millions of dollars a year into government pockets to make sure that
corporate media, corporate news
profits are secure, and their anchors dutifully repeat the ruling class's ideological positions.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Their guys are dictators, ours are presidents.
Or prime ministers. Yeah? Yes. They're dictators because they don't have elections or open elections, you know?
Their state has a regime, ours has a government.
You've
We're
already said
free
that.
and happy, they're oppressed and miserable.
Yeah.
Our nuclear arsenal is for deterrence. Theirs is a threat to global peace.
Yes. Yes. Apart from outside of World War II, when only America had nuclear weapons, by the way, since then, The world order has been that you can only nuke on your own soil. When was the last time America threatened to nuke? When was the last time any Western nation threatened to nuke another nation?
Despite the US being the only country on Earth to have ever
whatever.
used nuclear weapons. And we did it twice. On civilians. On purpose.
Yeah.
We
Horrible.
have a democracy, they have a dictatorship. Despite, by all accounts, places like Cuba and China having far more representation and opportunity for democratic involvement than places like the US.
No. Flat out, no.
So the way we talk about government structures, characteristics, and
Go to China. Like how Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping. He tried to oppose him. Good luck. Good fucking luck.
and actions matters. Without even knowing it, we can end up falling prey to some very subtle, very sophisticated propaganda that primes
Yeah, I'm watching it. I am eyeballs deep right now in propaganda.
people we've never met, whose economic and government structures we know nothing about, and with whom we share far more in common than we do with our own leaders. Okay,
Yeah. But we're not talking about that. You're not talking about the everyday person. You're not talking about worker to worker, which, by the way, and I mean every fucking worker in the world deserves democracy, deserves liberty. I have more in common with my leader or leaders, with my politicians here in Sweden. I have more in common with a Joe fucking Biden than I do Xi Jinping. Than I do any fucking leader of these nations that he's talking about. The leaders, Biden, the leaders of Western nations have more in common with the common working man of their own nation than they do a dictator. Yes, I have more in common with a worker, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the government. But again, you're obfuscating. This is pure, undistilled propaganda. Damn.
fine, but those are just words. Who cares what we call our and government structures we know nothing about, and with whom we share far more in common.
And again, know nothing about. Fuck you. You know nothing about it. You have no idea. But I do. Lots of people do. So fuck you.
Than we do with our own leaders. Okay, fine, but those are just words. Who cares what we call our stuff? All right, let's talk specifics.
No. I care what we call our stuff. I care that the language we use to describe these nations, to describe these dictators, describe these authoritarian fascist nations. I'm not calling Cuba fascist here, by the way. Russia, China, North Korea specifically. Fascist. Authoritarian. Dictatorships. These words mean stuff. They might not mean something to you, but they mean stuff to me, okay?
In a striking 2012 article by Adam Gopnik called The Caging of America, the author notes that, quote, overall, there are now more people under correctional supervision in America, more than 6 million, than were in the Gulag under Stalin at its height. And this is coming from an American writer with a thoroughly liberal worldview.
Imagine that. Imagine a liberal writer in Western media, in the New Yorker, how do you say it? Not powerhouse, an institution of American media calling out the state so openly, so brazenly, without reprisal. Imagine. Huh. But he just said that we are worse? Bruh. It's so blatantly obvious to anyone with two brain cells to rub together, because you're going to lose the other one, okay? You're going to need two to keep one if you're watching this video.
It's a poignant comparison because, as we all know,
Yeah, it is.
Stalin, gulags, and the Soviet Union are the trifecta of what the average person sees as authoritarianism. The fact that we're doing worse than...
Hitler? Are you forgetting Hitler? No, he's just ignoring it. Whatever.
That, even if you buy the inflated numbers of widely debunked books like the Black Book of Communism, should tell you something. And fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth. It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it?
But he doesn't give me source here. CIA myth of Stalin strongman. What did he say? Which year?
Fun fact, the CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin
In the 50s.
strongman thing was largely a myth.
CIA 1950s. Stalin strongman myth. But I'm getting 50s. These are CIA sources. I don't trust him at all. CIA report from the 50s on Stalin. How to domesticate institutions, blah, blah, blah. CIA. No match. And of course, this is... But again, he didn't... Crimes of Stalin era? Like, he didn't give me a source here. He didn't even flash anything on the screen. So I'm not gonna take his word for it at all. And of course. Even in Stalin's time, there were collective leadership. The Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup is exaggerated. Misunderstandings on the subject are caused by lack of comprehension of the real nature and organization of the communist power structure. Stalin, although holding wide powers, was merely the captain of a team, and it seems obvious that Khrushchev will be the new captain. However, it does not appear that any of the present leaders will rise to the stature of Lenin and Stalin, so that it will be safer to assume that developments in Moscow will be along the lines of what is called collective leadership, unless Western policies force the Soviets to streamline their power organization. The present situation is the most favorable from the point of view of upsetting the communist dictatorship since the death of Stalin. They're saying it's not as simple as Stalin holding all the power, and moving forward, it looks to be more decentralized, so to say. But they're recognizing here that Stalin and Lenin had immensely more power during their time. Like, it's not a... Again, what did he say exactly?
CIA wrote a report in the 50s that the whole Stalin strongman thing was largely a myth.
No, they didn't. Actually, they said the opposite. They said the Soviet Union isn't necessarily needing of a strongman leader, but it's not a myth. It's not a, he was a strong man. What the fuck?
It was just a very useful myth to the capitalist powers, so why not perpetuate it? But I know what you're thinking. Everybody knows the US has a thing for prisons. That's like one thing we could ease back on a little bit. That doesn't make the country authoritarian. Let's continue then. How about surveillance?
No, I'd call America authoritarian. I'd absolutely call America authoritarian. It is teetering on neo-fascism even. But it's not there yet, unlike Russia. Unlike Israel even, maybe soon. Maybe. But it's teetering there. But yeah, I'd call America authoritarian any day of the week. But again, who is he talking to here? Who is following second thought here? Ask yourself that. Who is he speaking to? Because he's not speaking a language, or he's not speaking to leftists here or socialists. Is he? Because any socialist, any lefty, any mildly progressive person with liberal tendencies would recognize America as having authoritarian characteristics. Especially after Bush. Or during Bush, I'd say. Especially then. Disregarding the prison system, which pretty much everyone recognizes unless you're completely blinded by politics. Disregarding that. Post-Bush, the surveillance of Muslims, authoritarian. Stop and frisk in the 90s, authoritarian. Like everyone recognizes it. Who is he talking to? His audience is ostensibly leftists. His audience comes to no small extent from Hassan. So why is he saying this? What's the point? He's trying to push his more liberally minded audience. Because as Keffels explained in her video, he's very coy about his actual beliefs. He doesn't talk about supporting China. And he hasn't still. He still hasn't said, I support the Chinese Communist Party. I support North Korea. All he said so far, and it's very dishonest of him, is we do the same thing. That's not supporting any of the things that's being done. That's minimizing the atrocities of dictators, of fascists. And that's the point. He seriously, he really wants his audience to not care about atrocities abroad. Because atrocities are happening here as well. That's the point. Like, do not mind the fascism of China, Soviet Union, of North Korea, of Russia, even though he's not saying it yet. Do not mind that, because we do it as well.
It's pretty widely believed that citizens of socialist states are the subject of extreme surveillance. But what if I told you that none of them hold a candle to the US?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I know what he's saying here. Whew. Oh boy. The difference, because he said, didn't he say the Soviet?
Surveillance. Pretty widely believed that citizens of socialist states are the subject of
socialist
extreme
state, okay.
surveillance. But what if I told you that none of them hold a candle to the US?
Again, he's obfuscating here completely. The big difference is, people in the West don't like it. People in the West have the ability to tell them to go fuck themselves. In China, I don't know about North Korea, because, I mean, they are not technologically advanced. They will come and arrest you if they hear something you're not supposed to say.
Don't believe me? Take a look at Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Thanks to this piece of legislation, every single person in the United States is the subject of incredibly intense scrutiny.
Yeah. Again. Well, how this like China is still doing more. China is still doing more. Look at what happened to Naomi Wu. She had to disappear from public life 5 months ago. Partially because of what the Western media did. So fuck the Western media. As a Vice, I believe. Fuck that. Yeah, she has big tits. But she's smart as fuck. She's a lesbian with a Uyghur. That's the name. Or that's the pronunciation. With a Uyghur Muslim is her partner. Like, she was detained by the fucking, not the secret police, but by the police, because she advocated for LGBTQ rights.
We have a mass surveillance program that allows for the collection of phone conversations, text messages, emails, web searches, and social media messages. Everything you do is being monitored. But wait, it's called the Foreign Surveillance Act.
You know what? Here in Sweden, and I am so fucking happy about this. We do not this. We do have warrantless surveillance of our people as well, of citizens here. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And I can say that, and I can advocate for that to be removed. However, here's the thing. Corporations do not have to. They are not forced to hand over the records. That's the loophole. Whatever I do online is stored for a few months on a server, like the metadata. I get disgusting. I don't. Why? But I can understand to some extent. Like we don't want to have to go to, if we suspect someone of being criminal and we go to a court to ask for a warrant, we don't want to have to go to the person and alert them that we're looking into them. We want to go to their service provider, their internet service provider, or their phone service provider, or what have you, and ask them for the records instead. So I can understand, to some extent, having that, sure. What police is doing, though, is disgusting. Because they're going to these corporations and they're saying, hey, we want their records. And the corporation goes, oh, well, here you go then. Because they own the record. And that's no. They shouldn't be able to be allowed to own the fucking records. They should just be stewards of it. Those records should still be owned by me, and housed by them. But that's not how it's set up at the moment. So corporations will just hand over the records freely to the police. Disgusting. I use Bahnhof. The only internet service provider in Sweden that asks for a warrant. They have a form. They have a very simple form that the police has to fill out whenever they want a record, and it says, "Do you have a warrant?" And they're not. Police in Sweden aren't allowed to lie about that, by the way. And they fill out the form, and if it's no, they're not getting the records. I pay a bit more than the average person because of that. But I am happy to do so. Yeah, of course. There are two possibilities why you might have heard, if you're not from Sweden or Ukraine, actually, even, because they had, or they have even, an affiliation over there. They brought over the workers from there. They gave them visas to work in Sweden if they wanted to. The reason you might know about Bahnhof is that they used to house, and they did house, the original servers for the Pirate Bay. That was them. They're currently, there was a big splash about it, housing the KFC secret recipe for their chicken wings. There's a big splash about it. They have a button that if they're getting raided, they can just smash it and it erases the data on the servers. That's why I pay a bit more. Good luck finding such a corporation in China. Good luck. Good fucking luck. In Russia, in North Korea, if you can get a computer even in North Korea. You know? Good fucking luck. And might I add, second thought, he's only focusing on where we're similar. He's only focusing on the most egregious aspects of American political culture, of American government. He doesn't focus on, for example, there's only one union you can join in China, and it's run by the Chinese state. Why doesn't he mention that? Might it be because there's no equivalent in the West that he can obfuscate around, you know? Probably.
So why are we in the crosshairs?
Yeah, because it's politician. The politicians are a politic, okay?
Well, it started out as a way to keep tabs on communications between U.S. citizens and foreign nationals deemed a threat of some kind. But over the last decade or so, the scope of the project has expanded dramatically. What was once strictly a counterterrorism tool, which is already incredibly vague and dangerous, has now morphed into a domestic surveillance apparatus where the NSA provides this data to the CIA and the FBI, which they can use to open investigations into any person in the country without a warrant.
Yeah, disgusting.
But what if we want to give U.S. intelligence agencies the benefit of the doubt? They're just doing their job, right? If you're not a criminal, you have nothing to hide. According to a 2022 report, the FBI and CIA conduct millions of these backdoor searches for no legitimate reason. They've pulled data on family members, journalists, political commentators, even government officials. For what reason? Who knows? They want dirt on a politician they don't like, so they read their Twitter DMs. They saw you in a coffee shop and thought you were cute and asked the barista for your name. That's all they need. Some random intelligence creep can plug in your name, phone number, or email address and have access to years of your personal communications, web activity, address, personal details, all of it. No authoritarian regime in history has ever wielded that kind of surveillance power.
Yeah. It's the internet. Stalin and Hitler, the KGB and the secret police of Nazi Germany. It wasn't the SS. Nazi secret police. Gestapo. Like, they could only dream of having access to this data. They could only dream about it. The difference is, in the West, you have to search for it. And there's not enough, because there's a point of having access to this data for national security reasons or even criminal reasons, like I explained. But there needs to be protections in place. The difference is we can put protections in place. China would never.
Okay, dystopian prison population, largest surveillance apparatus in history, that all sounds pretty...
But China has the same, but more and worse.
bad. But at least we have the freedom to criticize the government, right?
Yeah.
Secret police aren't going to come drag us away.
Under Trump they
Got
did.
some bad news for you there, too. U.S. police are the most vicious and unaccountable in the world by far. There are plenty of videos online of police arresting journalists, brutalizing peaceful protesters, even laughing about killing innocent people. I have a whole video on the subject, actually.
Yeah.
But here's...
Again, you're talking to leftists that already know all this. Now talk about China.
the gist of it. According to ongoing reporting, U.S. police kill over 1,000 American citizens per year. 1,000 people, and I can hear the objection already. Yeah, well, some of those people were probably criminals.
Objection from who? Not your audience.
Police are not meant to be judge, jury, and executioner. They're meant to arrest people if they have to, and then hand them over to the judge, jury, and we really should talk about the executioner part. Open social media on any day of the week, and you'll see a story of an officer-involved shooting, where the media tries really hard to twist the reporting to make the cop sound less like a murderer. With body cameras often required these days, it's getting harder for them to hide their crimes, though they still try. Anyway, the bottom line is this. If we look at any other country on Earth, let's say China, the hot-button supposed authoritarian hellhole of the day, and we compare police violence stats, the US is far worse.
If you compare police violence stats, yeah. But that's because the people know that if they do not comply at every step of the way, they're gone. They're removed from society. They are memory hold, and they will never come back. They might even get tortured. They know this is a guarantee. It's not a guarantee in the West, even in America, for all its police authority, for all the indiscriminate killings by cops. It's not a guarantee. Like, no. China police. What legal powers do Chinese police have? According to the country's criminal procedure law, which came into effect on January 1st, 2013, China's police have wide-ranging powers that include the following. Criminal detention. Detention by police normally begins a formal process that leads to a formal arrest, which must be approved by the prosecutors, such as blah, 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 extraordinary circumstances, arrest, restriction of personal liberties. You know what? A better example, though? Hong Kong. Can we get some? I'm just gonna do that. Let's see. Can we get a video maybe? BBC. A 12-year-old girl tackled by police. Look here. Look. Reminds me a lot. Police said she acted suspiciously during protests. The girl... Oh, wrong. The girl... Oh my god. Why can't I pause it? The girl said she was out to buy art supplies and panicked. Can I go up here maybe then? She and her brother were fined for breaking social distancing rules, which they intended to contest. Nearly 300 people were arrested during the protests. Look, indiscriminate shooting. Look at that. People are angry about the government postponing elections. The government said it was necessary due to coronavirus. Yeah. But activists say this is an excuse to stop people voting. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Looked a lot like how America acts, doesn't it? Oh, and another thing that doesn't happen in America or in the West at large. Secret police stations in other countries. That doesn't happen. A hotel in Stockholm, an estate agent's office in London, and a space above a noodle shop in New York City's Manhattan might seem like innocuous places, but they are among several locations around the world that have played host to alleged Chinese police stations. Police stations. With most of the identified facilities in Europe and North America, Chinese citizens who have fled repression at home fear they could now be ensnared by the increasingly long arm of Beijing's law enforcement. I've known about this since I was in high school, because we had Uyghur Muslims, a Uyghur Muslim population here in Sweden, or we might still have, I don't know, that was being surveilled by the Chinese state. They even had an informant. They threatened his family so that he would comply to them. His family at home, I mean. So that he would spy on other Uyghurs. But hey, America has a brutal police state, so why are you saying that China is bad?
In the US, in 2022, police killed 1,201 people. In China, that number is 0. Oh, wait, nope, I read that wrong. 0 people killed by police since 2019, a year when 2 people were killed. 2 people in 5 years.
Okay. How many unreported? Like, you don't have open... You like, it's not an open society. They're not publishing these numbers. These are just 2 confirmed. And it's even unnamed here. They didn't even identify who he was. How many people do Chinese police kill each year? Police violence in China. Right, because she's Tibetan. Of course. I mean, of course. We just saw that. The China Daily. Yeah. I'm gonna trust the China Daily. Still no accountability for Hong Kong's police force. Like, they're not holding their police officers to a higher standard. It's just that their society is completely revolving around compliance to the state.
In a country with a population 4 times greater than the United States, since 2019, U.S. police have killed nearly 5,000 American citizens.
Yeah.
So,
horrible.
We have a more dystopian prison situation, or the most...
More dystopian prison system. More... Like, yeah, we house more, or the U.S. houses a lot more people because it's private. But I doubt I really doubt. Like, look at this. This is not good. This is not a... Like, we don't have like, look at what are they doing here? Huh? What's happening here? What are they sewing? What is happening? What is this? Are they working? Are they working for pennies, perhaps? U.S. prison, UK prison conditions? But this is China. Like, they're not good. They're not, like, some aspects. Oh, like From Hell. One man that Gutman interviewed, a former special officer at the... Let's just see here. Can I... Yeah. In Xinjiang. Yeah, that's not good. Said that a fellow officer once heard screams like from hell coming from a harvesting van parked at a prison execution ground. 2 years later, the prison's medical director confessed to Nijiati that organ harvesting from living human beings. I forgot about this. Organ harvesting, China prisons. Oh. How Western medics can help end forced organ harvesting in China. In China. State-sanctioned Chinese program in which prisoners of conscience, meaning they are political prisoners, are executed for their organs every year. An estimated 60 to 90,000 transplants are carried out as part of a nationwide industry worth more than $800 100 million pounds. In June 2021, the United Nations stated that the victims were religious minorities, including Falun Gong practitioners and Uyghurs, who are held in detention centers across China. These people are arbitrarily arrested, detained in camps, tortured, face sexual violence, disappear while in detention, and are murdered on a vast scale for their organs. But hey, America has more prisoners, I guess. China just doesn't classify them as prisoners.
Spied on people on Earth, and our police murder 3 people on average every single day. If that's not authoritarian, I don't know what is. And this...
It is authoritarian! It is! Does this mean... Oh, pause game, by the way. Does this mean that China isn't? What is the argument here?
This isn't to run defense for the excesses of past and present socialist projects.
Sure.
In fact, socialists are among the loudest and most well-read critics of these experiments.
Hold on. Not you, obviously.
Program Guys and I have a podcast episode specifically dedicated to the topic.
Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to that. The ills of former socialism. Oh yeah. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of criticism towards China and North Korea and the Soviet Union. Oh yeah.
And we plan to do more in the future. The point of all this is that if we're going to rightly level criticism at some states, we need to make sure to apply that standard universally. And that means starting at home rather than simply passing judgment on countries halfway around the world or that have long since passed.
What? So until, and this is Jordan Peterson shit. You're not allowed to complain of other people doing bad things until you clean your room, right?
Okay, that's the liberal part taken care of. Now it's time to have a little chat with my friends on the Western left. The right does a very good job at presenting a unified front. The capitalist class and the forces of reaction are...
Right, he was talking to liberals. Liberals agree that's authoritarian! What the fuck? Liberals complain about the prison system constantly. What the fuck? They complain... How many liberals weren't part of the BLM movement? They know! But that's not the point.
Powerful in the imperial core. The left is already on the back foot, and we have been for many, many years. This is why it's frankly absurd how much infighting goes on among the left. Social...
Yeah, you're not part of the left, okay?
Democrats sniping at tankies for being authoritarian...
Fuck yourself, Tanky.
Doesn't do the movement any good. Funnily
Please.
enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects.
What did I say? So the first part, again, it's not pointed at liberals because liberals aren't watching this, okay? It's pointed at socialists to use as argumentation against people complaining about China, against people complaining North Korea, or complaining about the Soviet Union, or even Russia in some cases. I'm sure. Like it's not it didn't. It's. What do you say here?
Funnily enough, the label authoritarian is only ever applied to successful socialist projects.
Successful socialist projects. Again, he thinks China, North Korea, the Soviet Union are socialist. He actually believes they're socialist.
The ones that failed were somehow more pure. But the
No. The ones that failed were often invaded, were often having outside influence over their own government, their own politics, often coming from the CIA, from America, absolutely, but also from Russia, also from the Soviet Union. I hate to be the Orwell guy, but Spain, Catalonia, the Soviet fucking Union betrayed them. They worked with the fascists. Was it Franco? No, isn't that France? Spain fascist leader. Who was that guy? Yeah, Franco. Okay, yeah. Stalin worked with Franco. In the early 1930s, Joseph Stalin was deeply concerned about the spread of fascism in Europe. Franco. On the 10th of May 1936, the conservative, whoever this is, was ousted as president of Spain and replaced by a left-wing Manuel Azaña. Soon afterwards, Spanish army officers, including Emilio Mola, Franco, blah, blah, began plotting to overthrow the Popular Front government. Spanish Civil War in July, Jose Guerra, and then Stalin. What? Down here? What? I want to... Stalin. Kennan alleges that once Stalin had decided to assist the Spanish Republicans, the operation was put in place. The Spanish Republicans. Loyalist faction, or the governance faction, was the side of the Spanish Civil War that supported the government of the Second Spanish Republic against the nationalist faction of the military rebellion. The name Republican, center-left or far-left even, okay. The operation was put in place with remarkable speed and energy. The first load of arms and tanks arrived, and was secretly unloaded at night. Advisors accompanied the armaments. Soviet officers were in effective charge of military operations in the Madrid front. Kennan believes that the operation was originally conducted in good faith with no other purpose than saving the Republic. Was it the Republican front that betrayed Stalin betrayed anarchist Spain. The most pernicious role in all of this was played by leader of the Communist Party. Thank you. In defense of thank you. I've Marxist.com. Who took their orders from Moscow. Stalin was terrified of the possibility of a victorious workers' revolution in Spain. The example of a healthy worker democracy in Spain would exercise a powerful effect on the Russian workers, who were growing restive under the impositions of the bureaucratic totalitarian regime. It is no accident that Stalin unleashed the infamous purge trials precisely at this time, the bloody extermination of all those who had been connected with the democratic and internationalist traditions of Lenin, and the October Revolution was a one-sided civil war of the Stalinist bureaucracy against Bolshevism. It was meant as a preemptive strike to prevent the dangers of a resurgence of a Leninist opposition in Russia, inspired by the movement of the Spanish workers. Again, outside influence killed successful socialist projects. It wasn't internal problems. It was outside influence, you moron. No, they didn't fail because they were too pure. They failed because fascists cannot allow for democracy to win. It's the same reason why Russia is threatened by Ukraine. And he is threatened by Ukraine. Russia isn't. But his reign is. Because if Ukraine succeeds, what will happen in Georgia? What will happen in every other nation? What happened in Belarus, in Chechnya? What will happen inside Russia? That's the danger that he experiences. It's not to Russia, it's to him. The same thing as with Stalin.
The moment a new system takes steps to ensure the security of their people and their new project, they're labeled authoritarian. I think part of this is that
it's so disgusting that he's like, oh no, they're just securing themselves. Their success, they're just securing it. It's disgusting that he obfuscates so much about actual poignant critique here.
that there's a lack of understanding among Western self-professed leftists regarding what it actually takes to change the status quo across an entire country. Every revolution, including bourgeois revolutions like the American one, are authoritarian by default.
Yeah, because they're military. You can't do a revolution without a military, without armed conflict. And this means nothing.
Fault. Those in power will never give up their power without a struggle.
Can I not get the actual text? Whatever. The point is, it was Lincoln, not Washington. The point is, it happened in America. Didn't it? That's the whole point of a presidency. You relinquish your power when the people have spoken that we don't want you anymore, we want that guy. You relinquish your power. Without a gun. Hey, Kristen Bosby. You step down as a politician when you lose to your opponent. America was the first nation that I know. Yeah. Despite set aside the slavery and the landowning thing, but put that aside for a moment. There were issues, but the base structure was there. That hey, we have guns, but we do not use them against ourselves. We have a democratic process where we relinquish our power without guns. When did that happen in successful socialist projects? Never. Never. And it will never happen in current successful socialist projects, okay?
They're not going to let you vote out the very system that benefits them.
Okay. Are you calling for an armed revolt against Xi Jinping? Against Kim Jong-un? No, of course you're not. Because you're a coward. Oh, sorry. You're a coward, second thought.
To understand the nature of revolution a little better, let's go back to the man himself. No, the other one. His sugar daddy. There we go. Friedrich Engels.
Oh, we're going to go to the rich guy.
Large Beard wrote a brilliant little piece called On Authority. It's like a page long. None of you have any excuse not to read it. It's linked below. But here's the part that I think is most applicable to this video. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all. And if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionists. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? Therefore, either one of two things. Either the anti-authoritarians don't know what they're talking about, in which case they are creating nothing but confusion, or they do know, and in that case they are betraying the movement of the proletariat. In either case, they serve the reaction. While it might not feel good.
Like I said, authoritarianism is contextual if it's good or bad. It is not a... But when we talk about authoritarian regimes, it is contextually bad. Revolutions, armed conflict, by its nature, has to be authoritarian. The military, the police, by their nature, have to be authoritarian. You can't have a voluntary or democratic process when it comes to, should we arrest the gunman who's currently shooting 50 people over there? Everyone in this room, let's have a vote. No, of course not. You need to act. But authoritarianism is nothing to strive for. Yeah, it's like I said, it's contextual. But second thought doesn't contextualize it. He's just doing a blanket statement that to prime his audience that whenever they hear it's authoritarian, they should respond with so fucking what? That's the point of this entire video.
To be called out from beyond the grave, it's so important that we understand what Engels was talking about here, because it's still true today. If a mass of people decide they're done with the current oppressive system, rise up, build something new, and then fail to protect the gains they've made, their project will be destroyed.
Yeah, I agree. But, for example, the Soviet Union, what gains did they make? Oh, we removed the Tsar and we installed another Tsar? Like, what actually changed for the workers, for the people in the Soviet Union after the revolution? What gains were gained? I can tell you what gains were gained. Stalin, the Bolsheviks, they came into power. That's the gain. That's what they were protecting. They weren't protecting people's rights. The people were still living in poverty. Oh, but we had, if you look at the living conditions of and the income of the average citizen in the Soviet Union, it rose drastically. The same happened with China. Yeah, It's called industrialization. It would have happened under the Tsar as well.
We've seen it many times throughout history. The reactionary elements in society won't go away, and people with wealth...
It just so happens. It just so happens that every democratic movement in Russia just happened to be counter-revolutionaries. Just a coinkydink, you know? Everyone who was next to Stalin in line just happened to be counter-revolutionaries. Just a weird thing to happen, you know?
Wealth and power before the revolution will still have that wealth, and will have likely fled somewhere like the US where they can agitate for military or CIA intervention. This was the case in Chile in 1973, when the democratically elected socialist president Salvador Allende failed to take preventative measures to ensure the vicious reactionary class and their US-based co-conspirators couldn't undermine them. Long story short, the Chilean right wing launched a US-backed and US-funded coup to overthrow the government, eliminate Allende, and install a fascist military dictatorship that plunged the country into recession and suffering for decades.
Wait. Let's assume. First thought experiment here. Let's assume that America didn't fund the far right-wing fascist movements in Chile. Let's assume that. Does he think they would still have gotten into power? Like, to me, when I hear about Chile and the fall of their government to fascism, I think about American intervention here. And he says so much himself. This wasn't a failure to protect yourself from fascist tendencies, fascist movements in your own population. This was the inability, because it's fucking America, to protect yourself from an outside influence.
In order to avoid this happening...
But again, he obfuscates to make the... He tries to make the Soviet Union, China, North Korea, those kinds of socialist countries seem less bad, because they're necessary steps towards a worker-controlled government, you know? That they're necessary to usher in socialism. No, they're not. Fuck you. No, they're fucking not.
A budding socialist project, or heck, any project, requires police, it requires the shutting down of reactionary outlets, the banning of certain kinds of speech. There's a reason Germany banned everything related to the Nazis, for example. It's because they wanted to keep that sentiment from spreading as much as possible.
Yeah. I agree. Absolutely. Is that a positive example? Is that do you really want to emulate that? Yeah, he's even making Nazi Germany seem less negative right now. What the fuck? I didn't think he'd go this far when I started this video. Whew.
It requires an intelligence apparatus to listen for terrorist plots, which were all too common post-revolution.
Okay. Not in the way we did it, perhaps. Not in the way America did it, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, you need to surveil for terrorism, sure, but I mean, not in this way. But again, the reason is because China does it worse. China does it more. China does the same, but against political dissidents. And he can't accept that. Or he can't condemn that. He has to equate the two and make it look less bad.
In East Germany, the reactionaries would routinely attempt to blow up civilian train lines.
Train lines? You can, like, civilian train lines? There's no such thing as civilian train lines. It's part of the infrastructure. Like, oh my God. Like the bridge, the Crimean bridge, the Kerch bridge. That's a military target. Because what is transported on it? Goods to the soldiers. The same goes, I'm sure, if I look deep into this, I'm sure the military used a lot of those lines. I'm sure what the government did was probably just hook up their carts to civilians being transported, civilian transportation trains. They just hooked them up at the end and had them move along, you know? Of course you can target those. That's military targets.
Requires prisons to keep these people off the streets. And historically speaking, the socialists have been much better at using prisons for rehabilitation rather than just packing human beings away to rot like we do in the US.
Notice. Yeah. The US packs them into rot. Absolutely. The US isn't the only Western nation. Norway has the peak, the pinnacle of prison systems currently in existence. Every nation with a sensible political body would look at what Norway's doing and go, we should emulate that. But that's, again, not his point. He's just trying to say, hey, America is this bad, so why are you complaining about Chinese organ harvesting of political prisoners when the police are they're shooting journalists in America? So don't complain about China. They are arresting some journalists. They are harassing journalists in America for speaking the truth. It's I fucking hate this guy. Oh, he won't condemn it. He has a basic portrayal. He's trying to portray. Yeah, he has all. He is Keffels. I love that Keffels used to be a tanky and used to be inside these circles. Not as inside the circles. She was at the tippy top of these circles. She was so high up that she was a candidate for a political seat. And she was fed every line. Listen to her about her time as a tanky. It's a fucking cult.
These things may not be morally correct, but like it or not, they are necessary.
Don't let your morals obfuscate the necessity of political prisoners. I thought I wouldn't have to do this. George Orwell, final warning. I just released this video, but I feel compelled to show this once more.
Something like I think that,
or by drawing an accurate portrait of the future.
I think that allowing for the book being, after all, a parody, something like 1984 could actually happen. This is the direction the world is going in at the present time. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. The sex instinct will be eradicated. We shall abolish the orgasm. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
Second thought wants you to ignore your own morals. He's telling you. I'm guessing it's orgasm there, but yeah. No, I trust me. I do not. I am a sex positive person here. Okay. I love sluts. Personally, I wouldn't get laid if it wasn't for sluts. Sluts is my favorite kind of woman. Okay? Second thought tells you don't bother yourself with morals. I said this in my last video when I talked about this. When I analyzed the words and I listen to your morals. Follow them. Listen to that voice telling you what's right and wrong. Strengthen that voice. Second thought is telling you, no, stop. Do not listen to that voice. Minimize it. Make it small. Be flexible in your morals. Am I serious about what? About sluts? About loving sluts? Oh, I love sluts. Horse? Pfft. Sign me on. I've never paid for it, but I mean, yeah, sure. If you like it, if you're a happy whore, yeah, sure, go on. No, I love sluts. I am a slut. I am the biggest slut. Okay, or I was before I got my yeah. Slut to me, like, I know it's a dirty word. I know that. But it's not bad. It's life affirming. It's joyful. It's good. More sex to the people, in my opinion, you know? But yeah, I talked about strengthening your moral voice, listening to it. And here, second thought is, like, perfect contrast to what I talked about in my last video, in my last stream. Perfect contrast. Thank you for that.
And that's something that every system has agreed on. I would love nothing more than to see an alternative work, but it never has.
Because of outside influence. Like, and he's the rebuttal he's gonna come with from this. Like, if I had a talk with him, like, he said, oh well, we have to protect our interests, and that includes protecting it from outside influence. And he said that the leaders, those who are currently profiting from the current system, will never freely relinquish that system. He said that. Sure, I agree. And I don't want to live like we had. Like, how the fuck did we have liberal democracy? How did we manage that? We still have outside influence. Fascists across the world don't like our democracy. Putin is protecting himself by attacking Ukraine, by crushing their hopes and dreams of being a liberal democracy. Russia isn't threatened by Ukraine in any way, shape, or form. They're not threatened by the West at large. Putin is threatened by this. Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, Erdogan, Hungary, what's his name? Orban. All threatened by liberal democracy, which is why Putin attacked. Erdogan is housing a known criminal. I would call him a fucking terrorist who recruits child soldiers in Sweden. And he's sitting in Turkey, just laughing off with millions of dollars on his bank account. And that's why Erdogan is protecting him. That, and that is undermining liberalism in the West. Now, of course, you're not threatened by Russia. And Russia isn't threatened by the United States, is my point. There's nothing that the US would win strategically, optically, politically from attacking Putin. Nothing. But Putin is threatened by democracy. If he didn't attack Ukraine, what would happen in Chechnya? What would happen in Georgia? What would happen in Belarus? Every single country that Russia controls would start to see democratic fervor. They would start to see an uprising by the people to oust their leaders and demand open and free election. And once those nations start to roll, what happens in Russia? The same fucking thing. Democracy threatens fascism in a political sense, in a human, not human sense, in a metaphysical sense. But fascism threatens democracy in a physical sense by warring. But again, we're talking about Second Thought, who is telling you to ignore your moral. Oh, yeah, that's my point before I got distracted. That was my point. Democracy. How did we get democracy in the West? If power never relinquishes its power. In America, yeah, they had a war. They had a war of independence. Sure. Absolutely. They were occupied. They were not giving representation, but they were being taxed. So they said, fuck you, King George. Come and fucking get it. But then, was George Washington the first president? He was, wasn't he? Yeah, George Washington. What happened when George Washington lost? He relinquished his fucking power. Without guns, without violence, there was no blood spill. And that is the moment in time where democracy seemed to be viable. Where relinquishing your power peacefully, listening to the people, was all of a sudden a viable option. Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark. I don't want to say Germany because of Nazi Germany, but prior to Nazi Germany, maybe. I don't know. UK, we have. I don't think Netherlands had a war. Like, I'll just pick a random Western nation. Odds are there was no civil war to get democracy. There was a fight. There were protesting. There were uprisings. But it wasn't a war to get democracy. And we're still not warring to make people step down, except for America, except for Trump, the first time in U.S. history that I can think of. Yeah, the first time in U.S. history, I believe, where a president refused to step down. But hey, listen to second thoughts.
Like it or not, they are necessary. And that's something that every system has agreed on.
It's necessary to jail, to silence, to surveil political dissidents. He's not just giving cover here to China, to Russia, to North Korea, to any authoritarian fascist regime. He's giving cover to American surveillance of its people. Despite the people they're surveilling, let's be honest here, are leftists. Nobody's looking at the far-right elements in America. Well, they've started to, but they didn't prior to Trump, especially not under Trump. It was a concerted effort to turn a blind eye towards far-right people, which is why Trump happened. And second thought is okay with that?
I would love nothing more than to see an alternative work.
No, you
But
wouldn't.
it never has.
Fuck you.
Maybe one day I'll be proven
Go
wrong.
fuck yourself.
That would be amazing. But to the people who...
I don't trust him here. I do not believe that he actually thinks this. Because again, he's doing propaganda. And I don't mean propaganda in the sense that Hassan used it against Piers Morgan. I mean the colloquial sense.
believe it is possible, you need to ask yourself how it's going to happen. We've seen what the people in Tsarist Russia had
through democracy
to do. We've seen what the Cubans had to do. We've seen what the Vietnamese had to do, what the Chinese had to do, what the Americans had to do to separate from the British. Your anti-authoritarianism, while I genuinely believe it comes from a good place, is handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime.
Again, contextualism. What are you fighting for? What's the goal after you've won? Should we just accept all authoritarianism? Hey, the Communist Party of Germany, they worked together with the Nazis to bring down liberal democracy. The KPD. That's later on. I want the here. Well, I call him at the moment Hamas Anabi. I think you can get my, like the way he refused to condemn Hamas, the way he gives cover to tankies like Second Thought, who he calls his favorite YouTuber. Disgusting. And the problem is that he knows better. He's afraid to lose his audience because his audience has now become linked to tankies. I don't think Hassan believes the things he says about Hamas. Because the things or actually Taiwan, the whole, the U.S. State Department says that Taiwan is part of China, and my opinion is just a State Department opinion. But it's only the State Department opinion when it comes to Taiwan that he listens to. Why? Because he wants to obfuscate. He has been taught those lines. Like, oh, Howard, like, no, fuck that. Say it with your chest. Be honest. You're not a politician. I understand that AOC or Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or any Western leader can't go out and say whatever they want because they are part of the ruling body. They represent government. They represent, like, they need to be more, not charitable. They need to be more, not obfuscation. They need to be more tactful in how they approach contemptuous subjects. But a streamer who is not part of that doesn't. So the fact that he is being so coy about his actual opinions on things, despite knowing better, because he in the past has been critical about China, has been talking positively about democracy. But now? So either he has changed his views, he has an audience capture situation that he is scared of confronting, or he's just lying. I don't know. It's like it's hard. I used to say, oh, but it's good that like the biggest streamer or one of the biggest streamer calls themselves a socialist. That's good enough. I don't know if that's true anymore because of these things. I don't want socialism to be coupled together like it is at the moment with tankies. Him not, and again, like, second thought here is correct in some ways about authoritarianism. Like I said, it's contextual. Sending arms to Ukraine, good. Because contextually, they are fighting for their freedom. They are fighting for democracy. They are fighting for liberty. They are fighting for the right to say fuck you to Zelensky. That's what they're fighting for. Now, I like Zelensky personally. I think he has been an amazing wartime leader, and I'm happy that he is the wartime leader for Ukraine. But I still think you have the right to say fuck you to Zelensky, and that's important because you can't say that about Putin. But second thought, I don't think he supports Ukraine. Oh, second, you know, I'm not. I can confidently say that he opposes what Ukraine's doing. He opposes the U.S. sending arms to Ukraine because, hey, it never works. But if it did, I would support it. Fuck you, he wouldn't. Okay. The point I'm actually was doing before you made me lose my track. Where is it? Here. In this period, while also opposed to the Nazis, the KPD regarded the Nazi Party as a less sophisticated and thus less dangerous. They're not wrong that they're less sophisticated. Fascism always is. And thus less dangerous fascist party than the SPD. Now, who are the SPD? Huh? Who are the SPD? The Social Democratic Party, which they call social fascist, or they called. And KPD leader Ernst Thälmann declared that some Nazi trees must not be allowed to overshadow a forest of social democrats. In February 1932, Tellman argued that Hitler must come to power first, then the requirements for a revolutionary crisis will arrive more quickly. Accelerationism. In November 1932, the KPD and the Nazis worked together in the Berlin transport worker strike. Eventually, they like, oh my God, we were so fucking wrong. As they were marched into the gas chambers or put up against the wall, and the Nazis just mowed them down. They realized this, but very, very, very late. Critics of KPD accused it of having pursued a sectarian policy. For example, the Social Democratic Party criticized the KPD's thesis of social fascism, and both Leon Trotsky and the Comintern's left opposition and August Thalheimer of the right opposition continued to argue for a united front. They wanted the KPD to join them against the Nazis. Critics believe that the KPD's sectarianism scuttled any possibility of a united front with the SPD against the rising power of the National Socialists. Tellman claimed that the right-wing leadership of the SPD, again, right-wing leadership, in this period of time, like when we think of social democrats today, we're thinking of capitalists. No. In this period of time, they were not capitalists. They were the reformist wing of socialists. They weren't nice capitalists. They were full-on socialists. They just have a different opinion in how to achieve it and opposed authoritarianism at every turn. Not at every turn, perhaps, but in broad, in statewide terms. After Franz von Pappen's government carried out a coup d'etat in Prussia, the KPD called for a general strike and turned the SPD leadership for joint struggle, but the SPD leaders again refused to cooperate. Yeah, again, citation fucking needed. This feels like from a Soviet textbook. 1932, as the party began to shift focus to the fascist threat, the KPD founded the Anti-Fascist Action. Like, just congratulations. Just a few years too late, perhaps. Like, a few years too late. Commonly known as Antifa, which is described as the Red United Front under the leadership of the only anti-fascist party. Give me a break, the KPD. In February 1933, shortly before the end of the Weimar Republic, the KPD proposed a coalition with the SPD against Nazism, which the SPD rejected. Can you fucking blame them after all that? This is so beautifully divided, like it's supposed to happen? Which part? Like this? Like the rise of Nazism? I don't... Explain yourself, woman. Explain yourself.
They want you to play by their rules. It's their game. While I genuinely believe it comes from a good place, is handing an easy victory to the capitalist regime.
Being pro-democracy, being pro-giving power to the people, is not handing over anything to fascists, to capitalists, to conservatives, to liberals, to whatever. It is handing over the power to the people. My principles inform me quite strongly that if the only way to achieve socialism is to deprive the people of power, then we do not deserve socialism. I'd rather live dirt poor in capitalism where I have the right to speak my mind than in an authoritarian regime that controls every aspect of my life. No, that's fine. That's fine.
They want you to play by their rules. It's their game. You play by their rules, you lose. End of story.
No. No. Fuck no.
One final thing that's important to note is that this anti-authoritarian stance is very much a Western thing. And I think the reason for that is that we here in the Imperial Core are in a very privileged position. We can hold these naive beliefs because we don't have any skin in the game. We're not the ones under the boot. We're not the...
Tell that to Ukraine? What? This came out 8 days ago, and he's just ignoring Ukraine? You know, what about South Africa? What about them? It wasn't a war that happened in South Africa, I mean, right? They gained democracy, however flawed of a system in general, but they gained democracy, political power to the people without a war, with outside help even. So no, this is not a privileged Western position. We just happen to have it in our past. Our forefathers, what would it be, like great-grandfather? We got democracy, our first form of democracy with some limitations and some more rights to the nobility of our country, kind of like UK still has with the two-chamber system. We got that in the 1980s. Every conscripted man was allowed to vote. In the 1980s, in 1919, every woman, no matter her conscription status, because women in the army, you know, got the right to vote. In 1922, I believe, every man, every person in Sweden, no matter their conscription status, no matter their financial status, no matter their land owning status, no matter if they're dirt poor living on the streets or if they're living in a fucking castle, got the right to vote. And we didn't have a revolution over it. We didn't fight with guns over it. And then we had like a 40-year reign of social democrats in office. The powers that be at the time relinquished their power to the people because they recognized that, hey, if we don't do that now, it's gonna be bloody. It's gonna threaten our position and status in society, and they didn't want that. And he doesn't care. He thinks, no, this is a privileged position from the West. No, fuck that. This is not a privileged position. This is a principled position.
The ones whose resources are being extracted, or whose homes are being bombed, or whose cities are being occupied by armed invaders in the name of freedom and democracy.
Okay, that's a completely different. That's a non sequitur. Completely non sequitur. The resources of China, while yes, it's going to the West, isn't being deprived by the West. It's being deprived by the Chinese state to the people. The state deprives the people of those resources. The state sells those resources to the West. South Korea used to be the same. It used to be a fascist nation. It used to be a fascist nation under the control of America. The same goes for Taiwan. It's not anymore. They have democratized. They have advanced beyond just selling their labor for the West. They control their own resources now. Now, it's a hellscape, at least in South Korea, of course. It's If you really want to criticize capitalism, go to South Korea, okay?
We have the luxury of condemning others because we've never been on the receiving end. Think for just a moment what it would be like if your neighborhood was occupied by a foreign military force. Doing unspeakable things to your friends and loved ones, taking your belongings, burning homes, torturing people in the name of national security. What means would you resort to?
What are you talking about, second thought? What are you talking about? That's just the necessary thing you have to do to ensure that the people do not get another idea. You know, you just have to do that in order to ensure that the system is upheld. It's just a necessary measure. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just necessary. You know, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about this in negative ways? When you've spent the entirety of this video telling me that I shouldn't complain about it.
In that situation. I can't answer that for you, but it's something to think about. I know this has been kind of a...
Yeah, again, tell that to a fucking Ukrainian. The Maidan revolution. Are they... like, they paid in blood for their democracy at that point. Russia couldn't allow it, so they invaded. Back then. They made claims about Ukraine targeting Russian speakers, targeting Russian ethnicities. There's no proof of that. In fact, Prigozhin, as he was turning towards Moscow with his army, admitted as much. He said there was no proof. They've been lying the entire time. The Defense Department is lying to Putin about the situation in the eastern regions of Ukraine. He admitted as much. Igor Girkin, who's now in jail because he criticized the state, admitted that in Crimea, they rounded up the leaders, the democratically elected leaders, to force them to vote in favor of secession to Russia. Like, we know this. Russia denied it for a long time, but they did. They are currently fighting for it, and we are supporting them. If you want to know what you would have done, if you wanted to know what you would have done in Nazi Germany, you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
A heavy video, and for a lot of you, I'm sure this is the first time you've been asked to look at your home country more critically. If you're interested in learning more about any of the stuff we've talked about, there are links in the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly, and hold our own nations to the same standard we expect others to meet.
But again, you don't want us to use labels correctly. You've obfuscated everything down at the beginning here about, let's see here. Here, secret police, where are we at? 2029. Secret police. No? Come on, give me.
We don't have secret police, we have plainclothes officers.
Which is not the same thing. Again, you said use the labels accurately. What do you say here? 2029.
Has been kind of a heckly. And for a lot of you, I'm sure this is the stuff we've talked about. There are links in the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly.
Apply labels correctly. But that's not what you're doing here. Because a secret police is about political dissidents, about targeting your political opponents, making sure that the people are scared at every turn to speak openly about the state, about the leaders, about the rulers, about the dictators. Plainclothes officers are about criminals, are about people spying or waiting, or not spying, surveilling or not alarming people doing criminal acts, not political acts. Which, sure, that's criminal in China, but that's also bad. And also, secret police, you will never know that they are cops. If you're a neighbor with a secret police, they won't tell you. If you're a neighbor with a plainclothes officer, you'll know that they are an officer, okay? They will wear that with pride.
We don't have gulags, we have...
And again, detention centers are not gulags. They're not forced. You can call them concentration camps, because that's what they are. They're not gulags. They're not work camps. That's for the regular prison where there's slavery. And sure, here, slave labor and penal labor. Yes. I agree. The one thing. But that's like leftism 101? That's liberalism 101 even? Like, you won't hear a liberal go, no, we should keep slavery as long as they're prisoners. Or you're going to hear, but there are going to be few neoliberals. Yeah. But not your standard liberal. State media and news are not the same thing. State media, stenographer for the state. Enforcers of state propaganda. News, you can call it corporate news. Because I think the news is like state media. Yeah, that you can call that news source, news outlets. But if you want to be poignant, if you want to be specific, you'd call it state-run media, state-controlled media. You'd call Western media corporate media. Dictatorships, democracy, go fuck yourself. Seriously? Like, that's... You can complain about democracy being used to America today, because I agree. I'd say it's a form of democracy, but it's got its issues. It's got big issues. And so does every democracy. Like, sure, but dictatorship? No, go fuck yourself. That's not being careful with your labels. That's not labeling things correctly. That's being...
There are links...
obfuscation. That's being a propagandist.
In the description. We all have a responsibility to choose our words carefully, apply labels correctly, and hold our own nations to the same standard we expect others to meet. Maybe it's time we retire.
I agree. I guess my standard is a bit higher than yours, though. Second thoughts.
The word authoritarian and try to engage with the
fact.
Wait. Maybe it's time we retire the word authoritarian and try to engage with the facts more precisely, more honestly, and in good faith.
Or, idea. We keep the word authoritarian because it's useful. It's very descriptive of the thing we're criticizing here. Or not necessarily describing, but we don't use it wrongly. Like, can we instead use it correctly instead of retiring it?
This is a really interesting topic when you dig into it, and as you might expect, vaguely using words like authoritarian isn't just a problem in one corner of the political arena. So I just wanted to take a second to show you how prevalent that vague language is even among mainstream news outlets, with today's sponsor, Ground News.
I'm not gonna give you that sponsorship because I have to end stream. That was longer and more painful than I actually expected. Damn, how long did I go for this? Like, it's hours. Oh, it's over 2 hours that I spent on this 21 minutes. I stretched it out to 2 hours, apparently. Oh my God. Welcome to the chat, by the way, Christine Bosby. Thank you for being here today on this slow day, it seems. But that's... I really can't stand second thought, especially after this video. But it's telling what I said earlier, what I showed earlier. Let's see here. Where is it? Here we go. PMC Wagner, whatever. The Prigozhin private military, private army, mercenary army that has ravaged Africa, that have ravaged Ukraine, uses sledgehammers against not only prisoners of war, but against its own people, against its own rank, if they refuse to follow orders. The deprogram pod, which Second Thought is part of, sells this patch. It makes so much more sense now when he is such a fucking moron when it comes to language. I think I've said everything I can say. I'm going to link specifically to the video I just released when I released this video. Like, it's... How can I summarize this? How can I end this? What second... Like, I'm going to repeat myself a bit here. What Second Thought is doing to his audience here is priming them to ignore atrocities carried out by authoritarian regimes. Because in his worldview, there's no difference between fascism and liberalism. Because, hey, they both have police, right? They both have prisons. They both have armies, right? They both have basic functions of a state. Seriously. Like, he thinks authoritarianism is a nebulous term because it doesn't recognize, or it doesn't admit, at least, that it is contextual. Not being an authoritarian, because I think that's bad in every context, but using authority, which can be described as authoritarianism. The military, police, prison systems, necessary. And here she comes. Oh, på avsluta. He wants you to silence your own morals in favor of his system. He wants you to not be concerned about people having their organs harvested in China, because hey, America has a big prison population. Okay? And we can criticize both at the same time. But he doesn't care about that. He cares about power. I don't have good words to finish the video. Whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna see you next time. I don't know when it is. Probably Monday. Hello, girlfriend. And yeah, I'm at a loss for word. Whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna end it there. Okay. See you. Bye bye. Love you all.